Good morning, everybody. How are you guys doing today? Just 7 minutes to ding. Well, 5 minutes now. Morning, everyone. Bitter AF. Why? Morning, Carl. I'm doing all right, Jen. Jen, how are you? What's up, Biter? I can't see my forehead. Okay, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You think 950s are safe? No? Super far out of the money calls are not safe. My weekend was all right. Do we not belong in this price range? No, we do. It's mostly expected, I think. I'm gonna roll my 135 715 CCs up to 150. Okay. Today we trade aggressively sideways. I mean, the pre-market volume is abysmal. There's a lot of FTDs today, so I wonder how much volatility they'll create. Usually it doesn't create a lot of like up or downside specifically. That's generally kind of random because we don't know how many are net long versus net short on the side, whereas like the ETF FTDs tend to be net long, or net short rather. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Puts on QQQ. You could, I guess. Although tech's already lost a lot of value. Superstock is having a meltdown over whether or not BBBY is a planned distraction. Kind of disappointing. What the fuck? Yeah, I kind of commented on somebody's post on Pickle Financial about that, like, or well, their comment about that, like the other day. That's ridiculous. Um, I think Superstock's having a meltdown about the idea that Ryan Cohen would be invested in another company when GameStop is the one true stock, the only stock revered by their Lord and Savior. Did you do anything American? I got drunk as shit last night. Ow. My neck is kind of okay. We're doing this. But where do you get this bread? I guess. Cat not doing too good this morning. No, it's moving back towards the low trend again. Everything's down this morning. So I put a note in Pickles Picks. Just be wary of entries until we can find some sort of level and a turnaround. I wouldn't go long on shit right now, though. Futures are taking a dive. And it happened like shit from the time I posted until 8 a.m. this morning. Just straight down. They looked like they were starting to stabilize when I went to bed. I forgot it was green. I can comment all the time now. You can. I was researching this weekend. It was okay. Mostly just trying to poke holes in the conclusions I've come to. How many shootings did you have over there? We have 6 ding ding, by the way. It's 6 in Boston. Ah, the theta decay. Decent fill. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really read the paper very often or wherever they report that. Cat not doing too good this morning. Yeah. Just because you're around doesn't mean we have to be serious, right? Accurate. Do you plan to buy your puts back near open? No. I mean, oh, yeah, I guess. I had a order set. It looks like it filled here. Uh, did it fill on IBKR? Yeah, yeah, I got my puts back. Fucking savings was insane. I'm glad I did that. Shaving off those 2 extra days of theta was definitely worthwhile. Futures lied to me last night. They can change a lot before open, right? Do you have any reason to expect a micro run today, tomorrow? We have FTDs coming in. I mean, they could trigger something. It's not really very reliable, though. The meltdown of BBY is because everyone had it hammered into them. GME is the only play idiosyncratic risk, which, like, I agree with on some level, but still, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous to assume that GameStop. I mean, you have to remember that this is a group that largely believes that everything that happens in the like financial markets is because of GameStop. Cat testing 171, do you think? It's possible. 172 looks okay though. I mean, for the early morning, it looks like it's seeing at least a recovery here. It may not last, it could fall further. I would just be wary. Wait till it stabilizes. The bounce on Friday actually looked really attractive. Um, but with the markets and futures falling off this morning, remember Cat is hugely exposed to the Dow, right? So if the Dow downturns, you know, Cat's gonna probably follow suit to some degree. Love that you said that. Instead of trying to confirm your bias, you're trying to break it. I do my best. Is AMD gonna find a bottom before 60? Uh, I mean, AMD could stabilize like right in this range. It's a historical resistance. We'll see. But there is resistance here on AMD. Well, support resistance. 72.25-ish. Looks like. See if it can hold it. Looks like it's bouncing a little bit this morning. What's your title supposed to mean? Oh, it's a quote from the Prince of Persia. Did you see how massive computer share earnings have increased during the last 2 to 5 months? Apes made computer share price double. Yeah, they increased. Have you seen their cash on hand? Their cash on hand's up like 5,000% over the last year. It's fucking ridiculous. My Tootsie Roll shares are up 1%. Look at me. I'm the central bank now. Congratulations, dork. Did JFresh wake up yet? There we go. We got the goodies. That's why MBS keeps going up. Mortgage-backed securities? Or is it like a ticker? Paul. I'm assuming you mean mortgage-backed securities. I mean, real estate will probably remain a more stable investment over the next like year and a half than the market will. Remember that like banks don't really get hit until the deflationary phase. So banks will probably, especially with rising rates, banks are going to remain pretty strong. No, they think it's a single algorithm. Everything that happens is because of GameStop. Just give me flashbacks to the Evergrande default saga. Yeah. And the war in Ukraine. Still looking to enter V or others pickles picks with the market fake out. I'm holding off on all my entries right now. As long as the market's gonna continue to decline until it finds a foothold. And then, once it does, I can enter in a lower range, which is nice, right? Right now, it just looks like complete dog shit. Um, Moving down through 374 is not a good look. Jesus, is this really gonna slip hard? Fucking drilling for oil at this point. It was around there. Uh, no, wait. No, wait. Mm. Jimmy finding a little support at 119. You're telling me Evergrande default is not because Citadel is short GME? We're definitely getting 0.75 BPS this month. No shit. Any thoughts on BBBY GME swap theory? No. It sounds like bullshit. Between both of them? A swap between BBBY and GME? I don't think so. There might be a swap on BBBY that got opened up a little while back. Skrelly guy just looking for attention. Yeah. Longing CS on SS DRS hype was the real play all along. Yeah. Fucking their stock price went up a lot. What's up, Pyro Holder? When can I start playing CCs again? Probably back when we hit 148.50 2 weeks ago. SPMB? Sure. I mean, it can move up. Like, how much are you expecting? Maybe back up to like the 25 range if this breaks. 23.32 is really important, Dork. So I'd keep an eye on that. Oil was doing okay last night, but it looks like it's fallen off today too. That makes sense. MBB. I think kind of the same deal, right? Interest in mortgage-backed securities is increasing. Yeah, this one would be like, it'd be targeting like 99 and like 102. It could take a while to be realized, though. Jitsi Poo, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got
Neither, BMG. I don't want to watch the Prince of Persia movie or listen to an hour of Adabit explain this DD. Selling and rebuying covered calls same day multiple times cause good faith violations. It can, yeah. No problem, Paul. Conrad, thank you so much. I appreciate it, dude. Both you guys hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it. I full port YOLO into XPS $30 calls and woke up 48% green. I think I'm done today. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Officially recession? The Atlanta Fed came out with a forward projection of like -1% for the GDP. So you could say, sure, but not quite yet. Thanks, Jitsi Poo. I'm a zillionaire. Woo. Do you think BBY is being rammed in the everyone's face to take eyes off Jimmy? No. I think Cohen's in a bit of a tricky spot, and I would imagine that the interest is organic given how cheap BBBY currently is. Oxy just hit Warren Buffett prices at 57. If anyone is interested, probably gonna go lower too. I think it's gonna go lower. He just bought more. Did you know that? He announced he bought more over the weekend. Cat 52-week low. Yeah. Speaking of BBY, do you think the bottom's in yet? I mean, it could be. GDS almost below 200. Oh boy, looking juicy. It is. It is looking quite juicy. What the fuck is with this 120 support on GME? It almost seems like this OPEX is unique from any other. We should be seeing GME much lower by now, correct? Something's up. Something's definitely changed. Not really. I mean, we are low. We dropped like $20 already from the high the week before last. There's a lot of FTDs to resolve. Fucking, there's a liquidity crunch, right? Liquidity is not what it was. That's a problem for shorters. We've gone over this a bunch, though. We good entry now? Could be. Ugh, I really don't like these prices. I don't know. I'm gonna keep holding it. At least till the spring, like, pricing's updated. Should be soon, I think, right? Next couple weeks. Shadow banning me for the whole week might be the catalyst. Witness me and do it. I can't shadow ban someone, James Hyde. I'm expecting it to go down, down, down to the bottom of the sea. What? MBS? Not for a while, right? Why is the price still so high? What do you mean? It's not. It's at $120. How is oil going down? They're releasing strategic reserves and trying to improve supply. Oil speculators don't like increased supply, right? So they sell. I know neither, but pick one for funsies. Neither of those sound fun. Thanks, Sang. No problem, Star Trunk. Spy has 2 green bars, then Jimmy rips 6. Can't short into active fund pressure. I have calls and puts for Jimmy. I'm a big boy now. Singing my hands today, but watching my SQQQ calls rep. Nice. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes the best trades you make are the ones you don't. What do you think about DDS August 300C? I don't love it. Also, good luck getting a decent fill or selling the fucking thing. DDS, like, the options interest is super thin. should I average down or cut cat calls? I have August 19th, 185s. They're in the higher range of resistance, but if cat does get a rally, you'd probably be fine. It's up to you. I mean, I understand that today's market is not super promising. Ugh. And if the SPY hits another leg down, like a hard one, I mean, we may see it. We may see cat pull down with it. Um, there's some historic support here at like 170. The next one to the downside would be around 152. That seems like an awfully hard move down, barring like a really steep correction in the SPY. So, depending on what happens at the Fed minutes this week, going into SLD, there could be opportunities to see a turnaround. Don't forget that the cat dividend is coming up, and cat has like a pretty fat dividend yield. So shorts don't like to stay in the stock, um, of which it is currently accumulating quite a few, especially after its last test at like 232. It's just been picking up shorts this whole time. Um, I mean, it's risky. You can average down. You could um close out and wait to buy back in until once it like finds some stabilization, if that would make you more comfortable. You could open up a put to protect your call. That way, if it continues to slip, you can cover the difference, or you can open up an in the money put to protect your call. Usually AMD gets shorted into earnings. I made 1800 on SPY puts. Nice. Leaving some for FOMC minutes tomorrow. Cool. Dixie now rising almost 107. Not good at all. Yeah, dollar value is going up. 106.44 right now. Yeah. 106.46. Yeah, that's not good. Figured it out. Could be 50% chance of happening. Yeah, possibly. 33% chance of happening. Girk laughs. It ain't happening. Didn't Lenixus predict big ups today? I have no idea. I think so. For day trading, what would you consider a bid ask spread to not be tradable? I mean, GameStop. You want like when you're day trading, you want a tighter bid ask because you don't want to you want slippage, and you don't want your limits like to not fill, right? So you want like a penny or less, right? I know it's the Prince of Persia movie. You love Jake Gyllenhaal. No, I don't. When is July OPEX? After the 15th. So between the 18th and 22nd. I haven't been paying attention for a few weeks. Why is the Discord full of FUD and hating on Ryan Cohen about the split? They need lubricant. I don't know. Why are we who gives a shit? Vorname. The Discord's always on something. Last night it was conspiracies that I removed Biter as a mod for some, nefarious reason. Today it's split FUD. There's always something. They're very emotional. And then, that's propagates itself, right? That's why we always talked about like how bad being on online forums is during MOASS. What was I gonna do? There was something that I wanted to look at. I don't remember what the fuck it was. DDS 220C for August, though. That's a little better. Closer to the money is not so bad. DDS can probably make that move up on the next like OPEX period. Enough stock talk. Are you really from Persia? No. What do you think of Jake Gyllenhaal representing your people? I would probably be offended if I was Persian. Learn anything fun this weekend? It doesn't have to be about GMA. Yeah, I learned that my alcohol tolerance is not what it once was. Any insight into why Revlon is still climbing despite essentially being dead? Could be short positions clearing out before the bankruptcy. I have no idea. I haven't really paid attention to it at all. I don't know what's going on over there. Seems like another Twitter fucking pump and dump. When we see massive volume in German markets, is that a sign of the arbitrage resulting from ETF FTD covering, or MMFTD covering, or both? Mm. Like, which point in March? Like, OPEX? That's just from OPEX. Usually it's just them trying to get as much liquidity as feasibly possible, and so it generates a lot of volume. Also, the arbitrage opportunities are high if, GameStop runs in the US markets overnight, especially if it runs in the latter half of the day. I would consider a bid-ask spread. I answered you before, Light of My Life, but I would consider a bid-ask spread over a penny untradeable for scalping. Depending on the price of the underlying, but yeah, probably like a penny. You don't want to day trade illiquid stocks. I mean, you can. It can be profitable too, but it's risky. I told myself I was gonna wait for OPEX, and here I am buying puts. HD's looking okay. Stable, but it's not gaining any ground, and it's just stagnant, right? The pores only have two emotions, sad and horn dog. Didn't fire him, it wasn't a job. I need more emotional instability. The answer to almost all the drama we see weekly is that people have invested large amounts of money, and when there's money involved, people are naturally emotional. Weird. Was it your tiny vacuum? Was what my tiny vacuum? If you were to put odds on it, would you think you have a better chance of July or an August run? There's really no obligations built up for August yet, to be honest. Biggest FUD is not shorting BBBY. Why would you short BBBY? Washed up, old man. I'll drink you under the table any day of the week, Carl. Did you puke? A little bit. Ever put spaghetti in a hot dog bun? No, I can't say that I have. Submitted my application for BBY CEO. Put my requested salary as only 100K a year. So I feel like I've got a good shot. 100K a year is a lot of zero DTE plays. So it's basically like 23 million a year. Nice. Did you drink quality alcohol or not? It was a mix. What really happened is I just got drunk way faster than I thought I would have, but drank the usual amount, right? It's been a few months since I've had anything to drink. Quite a few months. So you just resign yourself to filling at the ask and selling at the bid on DDS options. Seems like a profitable swing, except slippage is like an instant 30% loss. I mean, yeah, that's why I don't really trade options on it. I usually buy stock. Thoughts on BTU? I kind of want to buy some Jan 20Cs, but not sure it's going to bounce back off that 1950 mark. On the last rally, I rolled out a bunch of my like in the money calls to Jan 24. I still have some Jan 23s, but not so many anymore. It's it could hit it by then. I do like it moving forward quite a lot. I prefer to buy stock. The options chain isn't that strong, but um yeah, I think when their production starts to pick up later into Q3, Q4 this year, it's going to be very good for them. They have a bunch of mines in Australia that have been essentially just defunct due to regulation changes and the wildfires. So if that settles down into the end of the year, and those become operational, that could be huge for them. Especially given all the capital they've invested into it. It really needs to pay off. What was weird is that the usual pump and dump chatter on Rev doesn't seem to exist. It was going on for a while here. Revlon going up, same like shorts closing, same like BCG board members selling shares into shorts closing, and a golden parachute jump. Maybe. Exactly how low can Bobby go until someone buys the company to sell off its assets because they're worth more than the stock? That's a good question. It's probably already low enough for that to happen, but we'll see what happens with the puts being shed in July. That's mostly what I'm waiting for on BBBY right now. Hey, is the spy breaking down finally? God, I'm sucking. How low can Bobby go until someone buys the company? Is there like a line in the sand on BBBY price where if you think it breaks below X, the stock is dead? I would have said 5 a few weeks ago. It can if it gets below $1, it gets really tricky. The shorts can really beat the shit out of it at that point. Yeah. I mean, I don't think we're gonna see that before the puts expire in the shareholder meeting, but um yeah, I think if it went below $1, I'd have serious reservations about continuing to hold my stock. You were a bartender once? What was your least favorite drink to make? Was it a mojito? Yeah, mojitos are kind of a bitch. Any like fizz or anything with egg whites, because the bar I worked at didn't like prep egg whites. So, you'd be slammed and like trying to separate a fucking yolk. Biggest weekend revelation for me. And like at the time I was a bartender, for some reason silver fizzes and like slow gin fizzes were really fucking popular because everyone thought it was the 1930s again. Since you're making people disappear, can you do the same for Moonwind? Hmm. What are you looking for today, market wide, to signal a turnaround? I'm not seeing it yet. I mean, a move back above like 375. And chat goes so much faster with nobody having chat restrictions because they're all Cornishons now. After spending 20 years in the restaurant industry, you learn how to handle stress and emotion. I guess. I wasn't in it that long, but I'd imagine being in it that long would definitely help you handle stress. Options question: if you sold a 125cc and the price at the end of the week was 120, but we did an after hours run to 140, does the hours after the hour after hours run increase the chance of assignment? Yeah. Liquidity is about as good as water in the Sahara. How low do you think we'll go? Trend seems within this 118 to 121 range. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're just pushing down into like gamma neutral, which has fallen a bit. So we'll see if we can break down below it. We've been unable to break below gamma neutral for quite some time. It's acted as a very solid floor. What are the odds that he invests more or just bag holds with the rest of us? I mean, I think he kind of needs to invest more, right? I don't know if there's like, I don't know. There's an argument that he'd be throwing good money after bad, but he would have much more insight to that than we would. I know that the board mentioned a few times during the earnings call that they're working closely with the team that he's setting up. So we'll see. I traded ES futures last night for like the entire time I was drunk. It was awesome. On Discord this weekend, JFR69 was worried about no puts coming in today on GME, and that would mean no VUPs in July. Thoughts? We'll have to see. It's still early in the day, and no, it's interesting. I mean, we already have obligations for July built up to some extent on XRT. On GME directly, I mean, we'll see. I'm not sure why he's so worried about it today specifically. He made no mention of this to me, but he says a lot of shit in the poorest chat just to rile people, so I'm not sure. Surely the risk is much higher on the short side at this price. Yeah, it is. Does Computershare look after BBBY shares too? I don't think so. I think they have a different transfer agent. So tell you've been sober this whole time? You must be filthy rich off super chats to stay sober in this world. No, that's on uranium for long term. UEC has been kind to me. Oh, I think uranium's a great long-term investment. If you've got like a 5-year holding window, I think it's gonna do really, really well. I have some uranium. Not a lot, but I have some. Hmm. I will be right back. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry about that. Next SPY support 372. My chart is catching some Mayopex vibes. Interesting. Pisco sours are so delicious. Yeah, he's not just bag holding. Yeah, I don't think so. Through my 26 purchases of BB Wire Green, am I the next icon? No. With the overall market, JFresh is a shill? I don't think so. What I said was I would like to see some puts come in to balance the drop in negative hedge from last week expiry. If no puts, then T+2 might have some action. Also, more puts equals more spring. Yeah, I agree with that statement. Don't worry, JFresh. I was gonna listen to what you had to say over random interpretations of what you said. What the hell? You can't walk away unless it's about to be a break up or down. It broke down right when I walked away. Are you an only child? No. Cup and handle on Chewy daily chart. Thoughts? I don't know why people invest in this stock. Isn't it owned? It's like owned by Petco. Is it long enough? Almost, yeah. Actually looks pretty decent. Cup and handles aren't super reliable, but it doesn't look terrible. Sorry I'm late. How's my ship train going? We hit $1 soon. Maybe never. That's probably a better way to think about it. Let's do a 25K challenge. First one to turn it into 0 wins. It's actually an interesting challenge. Hmm. I have Sprott, Uranium Royalty, and I think I have UUU. No, not UUU. Fuck, there's like an ETF I have too, but I can't remember what it is right now. U. It's like 4 U's, right? Something like that. No, I don't have UEC. UEC is a solid one, though. Do a worst paper trader Discord challenge. Give everyone tomorrow until the end of the week to lose as much as possible. No cheating. See, that's not. How's that cheating? That's just the best way to throw all your money away. WEC because most of the uranium stocks aren't on my broker. Okay, that makes sense. Finally, my time to shine. I cheated and had a head start on losing all my money. So what do I win? In the metaverse, you'll be able to battle your calls against other traders' calls, like in Pokemon. Could be big business. That'd be interesting. The best way to profit from a straddle? Well, ideally, it moves very hard in one direction. Who's doing a straddle? I just DM'd you my application for worst paper trader on the Discord. This isn't even that bad. Your distrust of the mortgage industry right now is you're very early, dork. Can you check options on GME? Sure, why? It's probably not very interesting today, given our volume. Yeah, it's not. It's like some 120 puts. Somebody sold some 500s. 115's being bought. 120 weeklies being bought. Some 110s being bought. Looks like Philly's back at exercising some calls today. Not a lot of them, but a few. Some 130s and 120s bought. That's about it. Nothing really interesting there. I wouldn't call those sold. Looks like they're hitting. It looks like some were sold off this morning, right? And then after like 9:39, they started hitting the ask. Yeah, he's very early is the problem. I think. I think it's like a year or two early. You're gonna triple your exposure in August. Interesting. Consider you're relocating in a year or two. What's your take on the housing market? I mean, I would say that that sounds like you have pretty good timing. Um, right now it's starting to destabilize, I think, a little bit. Um, you're starting to see prices drop. Uh, loans are harder to get. Not only are loans harder to get, but the interest rates are higher, which makes them less desirable, right? Um, I don't think we've started to see any significant surge in defaults yet, but if you were buying in 1 to 2 years, you'll probably get a much better price than you will right now. I don't want to say Bobby's going for a run, but at least a light jog. That's nice. Also dual income. Yeah, that helps. That helps lock in a lower rate. What's the average right now? Like 4 point something? I'm concerned about the sell side. Oh, well, I mean, the reverse would be true then, right? Like you would want to sell sooner rather than later. Although it's already, it depends on your individual market, of course, but like if you're in a high demand market, you're probably still fine selling now, but yeah, in a couple years, prices are definitely coming down. The inventory is gonna outpace demand probably in the next like 6 to 8 months, especially with everyone trying to sell at the top, right? Because now they're all competing against each other to get rid of their houses while they're still expensive. Currently, RDBX has 150% reported SI. Cool. Rates are currently up like 5.5, 6%, right? I don't know. 6.5? Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know. If I bought a house right now, I'd probably buy it for cash. At least that way you'd offset the increase in rising rate. Like you don't want to pay 6.5% over the next 30 years, right? You can refi when rates come back down, but that could take a while. BBBY is soaring. It's not soaring. It's up like 20 cents. Is the market going to be boring all day or what? It's kind of uninteresting already, isn't it? SPY looks like it might make a move up here. Actually, it's kind of hard to say. Still below VWAP. SPY could kind of go 50-50 here, honestly. The consolidation's probably going to lead to a break one way or the other. SPY has zero idea what it wants to do today. I mean, it's already down 177 basis points. Like it's a red day. I've got a second home I need to sell, but I won't be able to get it on the market until September, October. You think I can still get close to what it's currently valued at? Uh, hmm. September, October. It's kind of like an off-demand season, right? I don't think it'll be hit that hard by then. But like I said before, it's really dependent on your market. Like if you're in a place like Southern California or you know, outside of like New York City, outside of Boston, um places like Austin, Northern California, like Bay Area, that can really affect the demand for your house, right? Like those markets could stay elevated longer. Market's still pumping here. Yeah, the market in Cali will stay elevated longer. It did in '08 too. Where are my RBLX calls printing on a red day? I thought to get some puts and inverted my gut feeling to prove I didn't know what I'm doing with options, and I won 30%. Congratulations, Anthony. I think 377 for oh, for the spy? I don't know if the spy is gonna even break out today, honestly. Hmm. It's two failed tests. It's moving back into that fucking consolidation range. Hmm. AMD bouncing. Nice. That's on Amazon. I think it's pretty cheap right now, honestly. Up a little bit today, but Maybe I'd maybe wait on like an entry. That $100 range is very attractive. Did tech finally catch a bid? Maybe. Spy bull trap? It doesn't seem very strong. Like the volume's pretty weak still. The question I think is if it's gonna drop or stabilize in this upper range, then move up another leg up. Meta ripping. Bear market over. XRT, XRT, XRT. Ooh. Interesting. Doing big redemptions? Time for cat? Fed minutes in 2 days. I don't think so. Hmm. I guess why pins is ripping so hard. I have no idea. It looks like a lot of tech tech stocks are moving up. AMD up 1.5%. Nvidia running hard. 2.27. Meta up 2%. Amazon up 1.34. TDoc up 4%. What's Snap doing? Snap up 4%. I don't like the upward pressure. Close and Firm up 5. Just an oversold rally. Yeah, but I think it could rally up a little higher. I agree with that. How can these tech stocks be up, but QQQ is not? QQQ is moving up. It's down on the day. I mean, this very much looks like an oversold rally. Ooh. It's like a good time to get some September calls, isn't it? $40? What's their next earnings? Hmm. Next earnings on the 27th? Hmm. Okay. Did Amazon do a share split? Yeah, a little while back. BBBY having some interesting candles. It's moving up a nice chunk. Chain looking bullish on Bobby, mostly. Not massive, but mostly bot calls. Oh, okay. I mean, it's been that way kind of since earnings, right? Bobby gonna test 5? Maybe found a floor. It may have found a floor at like 450, but I don't know if it's gonna test 5. It looks like this rally's kind of dying off a bit. Did you sell your puts on the SPY? Yeah. I think it'll probably be that we just see a lot of chop until the FOMC minutes. Man, this shit is unedible. Hold on. I'm back. My guy sold all his spy puts at the top. They just got stopped out. Especially with how volatile the market is. You know, what looks like a relief rally can really carry up, right? You just get burned on the whole fucking position. I'd rather take the like 12% loss. Especially because I don't consider like 374 to be a very strong resistance. Or 376 rather. That burned on that rally too. Happens. I think it's more who's shorting it, Steve D, not really who's selling it, right? I'll probably close out my covered calls into like Wednesday this week. Hmm. FOMC minutes for this Wednesday are 2 p.m. It's always, I think it's always 2 p.m. K Wood. Price target for Wednesday? I have no idea. For Jamie? And if we stay on the current trend where we're just kind of grinding down into this low support, by Wednesday we could hit, what's Wednesday, the 6th? That's tomorrow. Mostly in the same range, honestly, like 118, 95. We need to break the low side support to really move to the downside, and that hasn't happened yet because there hasn't been any sustained short pressure. Do you have a view of any famous New York City buildings and landmarks from your pad? No. My view sucks. When do spring yields come out? Mm. Soft red winter wheat. Looks way lower than. Mm. U.S. wheat for production is forecast to be the lowest in the next 20 years, and the lowest in the last 20 years. Um, so 4.71 million bushels planted, but only 3.7 million bushels harvested so far this year. $37.1. Trying to find out when we get the actual report on the spring harvest. Mine's borked today. Lucali's pizza overrated? No, it's good. Congratulations on your fingers, Tickled Pickle. Economist magazine cover indicator marked the top for wheat almost perfectly. I don't know. The forecast still looks like shit, and there's been a lot of storms in the Midwest this spring that have really fucked up the crop. Successfully used a trailing stop on Fidelity. I'm now a real trader boy. Congratulations. Are you buying back your CCs on Wednesday because of the FOMC minutes? Probably, yeah. Also, US wheat's kind of fine. Like we'll have enough, right? But it's global wheat that's the issue. Because if it's rising in foreign markets, sellers are going to be encouraged to ship there, right? Should have become a Cornishon, but made this meme account name just for this chat now. Forgot what the password is. There will be $5 coming your way eventually, but thanks for everything. It's all good, dude. Thank you so much. It's the thought that counts. Thoughts on CERN and the world just ended and no MOASS yet? CERN? Like the company? Russia might not be able to plant a wheat crop. I mean, there's a reason I want to continue to hold my exposure there. Like I'm probably not going to average down a lot more, but I want to keep the exposure. Even if I lose like the 10 grand I have in it, it's worth it, I think. Thoughts on Sri Lanka? I don't really have any. What's happening in Sri Lanka? CERN is colliding two matters together today. Don't they do that every day? Six Pot Simp, thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate it. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Six Pots a shout out. It was really nice of him. Thank you so much, man. Sri Lanka's out of oil. They have about a month until total shutdown of the economy and government. But like, is that going to affect anything? I mean, it's shitty, obviously, but economically, who cares? It's too quiet here. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm always surprised by your lack of world events. I'm always surprised about the ones that people give a shit about. Don't they produce a lot of rice for India? Maybe. I don't know. I know India tried to sell off a bunch of their wheat crop and then had to pull it back because they realized they didn't have that much of it. They're like, don't worry, we'll step in and solve the wheat problem. Oh, wait. Shaquille O'Neal, good job figuring it out. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. That's cold. Almost as cold as the Sri Lankans are going to be without fuel. I don't really know how cold it gets in that region of the world, especially this time of year. You think the U.S. is going to spread some democracy over in Uganda for some of that gold? We'll find out. Do you know the Fed can print wheat, same like the US dollar? It'll solve the food problem instantly, but they're waiting on a soft landing. Like I said, Jettle, I don't expect anything to happen with BBBY for 2 weeks. SPY breaking down below support. Probably, because it hates me. Yeah. Soft landing, same as soft wheat? No. Feeling confident this OPEX? I just hedged my Jan 950s with near the money Jan 940s. Thanks for all the lessons. Congratulations, Velvet Jupiter. USA has almost zero footprint in Africa. Yeah, they do. It's very low. China's been really ramping like infrastructure build out all over the continent. So emerging markets and all that. I mean, most of what finding that much gold will do is devalue gold. What do you think Ivy is going to pick up on these GME puts someday? We'll just trade at 120 forever. Do you still think they have to cover FTDs today? I mean, they probably are. We're probably already seeing FTDs being covered. Everyone assumes that FTD covering just means up, and I don't know why, because I've explained it so many times. FTDs do not equal up. They create volatility. Unless they're like majority net short, which we only see from ETF FTDs, right? So ETF FTDs can create price improvement. But the FTDs we have today are pretty insignificant. That reminds me, I've got to do a chart, a new chart for the MAOPEX ETF FTDs. Missed the start of stream day. Miss much? Not really. When sub 100, I'd be happy with sub 120 and actually holding it. Are ETF FTDs due next week? I think the important ones, like the overlap ends. In like 7 or 8 trading days. What do you think about CC expiring this week at 125, 130? Super dangerous. I wouldn't sell, well, I wouldn't hold them into Friday. Like I don't really think like 130 is a bad strike, right? But I wouldn't hold them into Friday close. I would want to be out of them before Friday. Are we gonna break the 119 support? What are the next SPY supports? Well, there's 372.87. Below that, it's kind of a big drop. There's just not much traded in this range. There's like 366. I guess like 370's got some decent resistance. We've fallen through it once already though. But 366 is the next like big one. SPY's not looking good right now. Looks like we're seeing a little volume increase on the downsides. Shill, thanks TM. What happens in 2 weeks with BBBY? The put wall expires. There are also shareholders meetings on the 14th. Possibly OPEX after that too. I don't know how much exposure BBBY is going to have. It's much harder to track, right? Because we don't have XRT. When you used to day trade shares, what were your favorite strategies? I don't really use strategies. I use volume and price action. Every like preconceived strategy that I've run into outside of that has been mostly bullshit. There's a few that are okay, but like orbs and ABCDs, no, not really. My strategy is buy options before the stock goes down and diamond hand in hopes it goes up. Turd, you have without a doubt some of the worst fucking options timing I've ever come across. I cut back on my drinking to be more like pickle. Now you're closing the bars down. Which is it? Drinking or not drinking? I went to a party where I hated everyone. So I got pretty shitty. And then I got home and got more drunk. I didn't close down any bars, and I already regret it. You have a possible theory as to why Ryan Cohen bought 75 calls for BBY expiring in January. Cheapest exposure to the stock? Just just to claim ownership, right? I have a bunch of contracts for your stock kind of deal. Also, for all you know, he sold them the day after he bought in. If a wholesaler internalizes a market order, do any obligations to them start once the order has been internalized? No, but after the close of the day, they do. We still have some FTDs for Jamie this week and next, right? Yeah. That doesn't mean they're going to have any strong effect. Maybe towards the end of next week as the ETF FTDs start to come in. But like through this FTD period and like ETF overlap, it tends to be not so great. When does data come in tomorrow? Pre-market? When does what data come in tomorrow? DL. Well, Nixus was extremely confident we would run today. Okay. Put an open-ended box where a cat can fit up against the... What? Okay, this isn't directed at me. I can just ignore it. I have 6k euro to exchange, and it's hard to do with the current rates. Euro's been kind of performing really well, right? Or it was. Oh no. I thought it was rallying. I haven't looked at this for a while. I don't really trade like Forex anymore. I never really liked it much, even when I did trade it briefly. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like you're gonna get a good deal anytime soon. It looks like it's continuing to fall. At this rate, by like the end of the month, I think the euro could easily be less than the dollar. AMC finally dying again? Probably. How are you feeling about the SPY the next few months? I think the market and economy are both fucked. I think they'll continue to mostly trend down. I don't think we're breaking trend and reversing into a bull market at any point in the next like year and a half. We could see like a rally to the upside at some point, but that's pretty unpredictable. I think if we see the Fed pull back on rates at any point, that can lead to a rally, which they may do as the supply shock eases and the bullwhip extends out further. But remember, that'll come right before a deflationary period. where we could see even more ouchie downs. So like inflation sucks, but deflation's really bad. What about stagflation? Seems pretty awful too. I mean, that's kind of where we're at now. Not exactly, but sort of. Fed will not pull back on rates. They need to get inflation under 2%. The problem is that the rate increases aren't doing anything to inflation. The rate increases are to kill the speculative bubble in the housing market for the most part. That's the biggest effect they're currently having. But their effect on core inflation, which has mostly risen due to the supply shock, is minimal at best. It's really cool that you called us adults, but then also say things to us like ouchie downtowns. I've never watched Stranger Things. Yeah, I mean, the raising rates do help stave off hyperinflation. What do you think of JPal mentioning Volkner? Um, that kind of fiscal policy or monetary policy could have a pretty big effect, I think. But Americans hate that shit. Like, we don't like deflation. And I would be surprised if politically that was supported. Stranger Things, where adults pretend to be teenagers. Good show though. Uh, which Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle is the best? Donatello. I mean, demand is already dwindling, right? Volkner. Not Vecna. I like to be poor or rich? I said in my head he was gonna say Donatello right before you did. Well, I would have also said Michelangelo, but he's too silly. Raphael's a little bitch, and Leonardo's kind of a like a dickhead. No, Raphael spends all his time whining about stuff. It's annoying. Oh, I'm not the leader. I don't know my role. He's like a shitty emo teenager. I don't play Dungeons and Dragons. Rude. How do you feel about making a Discord Rumspringa where you have a month banned to see if you truly appreciate it or not? Is that what you would like? Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration? Or are you suggesting this for other people? I saw a great post on Reddit recently that commented how Splinter gave each turtle perfect weapons to counter their personalities. Interesting. Rafa's like Moonwind on a bad day. Can't stop, won't stop trading at VWAP. How boring is the chart looking today, Dork? It's Volker? No N. Really? Why do I feel like there's always been an N in that? Volkner. Volker. You know, I think my fucking economics professor called him Volkner too. Now I need to look it up. Is that just like one of those things where lots of people think it's something else? It's definitely Paul Volcker. There's no fucking N at all. The Mandela effect? Yeah. Silence of the Dams. Correct. That's interesting. Who gifted me a Pi-Fi sub? I love you. That was oh, the screen name's kind of hard to pronounce. Six Pots Symph. Six Pot Symph did it. It's a case of Berenstein or Berenstein. It's Berenstain or Berenstein, I believe. Right? It's Mandela, not Mandela. Alright, you fuck off. But you got a Fremont sub. I don't know how to use it. You get emojis, which I keep forgetting to upload more of. Breinstein. All my Mandela affected homies know the Fruit of the Loom logo had a cornucopia. It absolutely fucking did. Listen, you kids do not want. God, could someone pick a way to spell this guy's? It's Volker. Style economics. Why not? I don't care. What was so bad about it? I wasn't alive then. Well, I was, sort of. He was from New Jersey, so that explains a lot. The 80s seemed great. You guys had neon and cocaine? The 90s were pretty solid. I don't need to buy shit on credit. Bear Stearns Bears. When Volkner get in. I'm glad to know you rock the cornucopia too. Fuck this reality where it never had one. Exactly. Choose your own reality, Fluffy. Maybe Volker is a Favre situation? Maybe. I think I know what you mean. It sounds like football? Some sort of football thing? Yeah, I don't know. All the movies I've seen from the 80s make it seem like the 80s were awesome and way better than the 70s. Hashtag Go Sports. QQQ holding 279, same as Jimmy holding 120. My firstborn is going to be named pronounced Bo. It's just the whole thing is just O. That's awesome, Dork. Good luck finding someone who will agree to that with you. I hope you do. Didn't the 80s have a recession? Yeah. Jimmy's gamma neutral propping up the entire market. It's a long con. You wouldn't imagine the terrible suggestions I've thrown out to soften her up when I pitched that one. Just wait till she's like drugged up after birth and fill out the birth certificate. That seems like your best opportunity to name your child Boe. Oh, and the drinking age was 18. You guys just had it all, didn't you? Imagine if in the 80s they'd pushed for socialism instead of Reagan. Let's let a terrible actor determine the future of our economic policy. The chopping on SPY sucks, but it's good for scalping. Just made almost 400 today. Nice. Congratulations, Nesquik. I'd probably be trading a little more, but I'm waiting for my like money to come back from futures last night. I went pretty deep on ES minis. Reagan was pretty great for stocks, and then bad for everything else and stocks. If they push for socialism, we would have been working in the fields now and not trading. Maybe. But we could have gone to the doctor when we got injured. That's how we got Nirvana. Ugh. Ow. Wait, you're waiting for your money to come back from the future? What sorcery are you doing? No, I got drunk last night and over leveraged myself into ES minis, which are like 50x leveraged SPX contracts. They're pricey, but they're really, really fun. Oof. No, it was fucking great. I caught the run up earlier in the day, and then I caught the entire downside. Did someone say ES scalping? Did you play the ES yesterday, Segan? That shit was fucking insane. Keep my name out of my mouth, Pickle Boy. I'll have you know that if it weren't for us selling guns to the Nicaraguans for cocaine imports into inner cities, we never would have gotten all the classic rappers. We have today, like the baby. You're welcome, Reagan out. Thank you so much, Ronald Reagan. Not nearly as much as you, it sounds. So so I went long on the consolidation and then right before it ripped. But I got out a little earlier. But I caught the entire short side, which was fucking awesome. Mostly because I passed out last night and forgot to close out my contracts. Here's my solution. The perfect balance between capitalism and socialism. All those companies sitting on billions of dollars in cash, just take it. Just take it from them. They don't fucking need it. They don't need to be able to buy the dip. It's ridiculous. Leave them enough money for R&D, whatever, but just take the rest. Like we did to Russia. Like Apple's going to go into this recession with what? Like 1.3 or I'm sorry, $533 billion in cash, right? For fucking what? They make the same goddamn thing every year, slightly improved. Fuck their valuation. They'll still be worth money, right? They're not going to stop making money. They just don't need the extra. Phones didn't exist before Apple. But government encroachment, whatever. The idea of freedom under a government that has predator drones is ridiculous anyway. I don't know about setting a precedent when the government can arbitrarily take cash from people or entities because they deem they don't need it. Have you heard of civil asset forfeiture? Hey, Girk, that extra is the CEO's money. Oh, I don't trust the government to use that money for the greater good. Don't get me wrong. They're not going to do anything good with it either. Just take it and break it up evenly between everyone who's a citizen, right? Every country should do this. It's great. Consider it a tax on existing in the society that you've chosen to build your corporation. That solves all the problems, right? Then you have tons of consumers, tons of liquidity, and people buying more shit, which means profits go up, which means the next time people get even more. It's fucking awesome. Infinite growth. Print some extra money once in a while. Remember the predator drones in the tech they tell us about? Yeah. Yeah, look what happened the one time they gave poor people cash for a year. The market hit all-time highs. Fucking killing it. We almost rivaled the dot-com bubble. That was when people thought Mark Cuban was building companies worth money. That's how crazy speculation got. But crime. They bankrupted Melvin. I mean, do you really want the government getting the money, though? They don't do anything useful with it. When were the last FOMC minutes released? Last month? Civil assets forfeiture sounds like my options trading strategy. SPX is ES is S&P 500 futures. SPX is the index. Yeah, it's European style options. Didn't you know that retail traders single-handedly caused inflation? Of course. With the money they printed, the federal government could have subsidized a 20% federal minimum wage hike for like 10 years. Yeah, but instead Uber drivers are getting PPP loans. And hedge fund managers. In a bull market. On the 1 hour chart, it looks like we're staircasing down to 100. I'm aware. Except we can't seem to break below resistance. Let's talk about less touchy subjects like religion or genocide. What's the difference between trading the SPY versus futures? Well, one's now, one's later. So when you're trading futures, you're trading what you think it will be in the future. Razor Beam, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I got a PvP loan and put it all in Sears. Google doesn't show your YouTube channel when I use safe search. I'm probably shadow banned again. It happens every once in a while. I would also like to trade pasts. Yeah, that's not a thing yet, but you know, if you can create a way for it to happen, someone will sell you the contract. Like you can probably make a derivative on it somehow. I trade the past. This is what we do. You become president after MOASS, then give me the ambassador to South Korea. Then give me like a billy of Bezos money. Then we go buck wild, homie. Pigeon whale style. I'm down. Easter Island, Rapa Nui, has become widely known as a case of ecocide, where ancient Polynesians recklessly destroyed their environment and as a consequence suffered collapse. Maybe they just spent too much time rolling around giant rocks. Can we get a pro cons list of comparing BBBY options versus GMA? No, it's not a comparison. They're different companies with way different potential and future growth. The only thing that remotely links them is the OPEC cycles. DRS the future. I full ported into future past put call Weebly's and I'm scared. Yeah. Just manage your risk, you know. That's not at all true. My local GameStop is in the same shopping center as a Bed Bath & Beyond. What else is in that shopping center? OG rules. But does an inverse intraday cup and handle on futures translate to an inverse intraday cup and handle on the stock? Maybe. Are we getting one of those? Not really. Today sucks. Probably a Claire's. People still get their ears pierced? How's Claire's doing? Target, Kroger, TJ Maxx, Lowe's, etc. Okay. The usual suspects. The world will never run out of 13-year-olds begging their parents for an ear piercing. If you had to pick between a Claire and a cannoli. Oh, cannoli. 100% of the time. What do you expect from the FOMC minutes? Continued forward rate of 0.75 with the potential to raise to 1. So nothing important. Should I YOLO what's left of my life savings into the new Luna coin? Probably not. The market and economy are just ripping. Ugh. Ripping straight down. Hey, it's a double bottom. Or it's a double top. Thoughts on toddlers with pierced ears? I know culturally that's a thing. You think the spy still has some gas left in it? Sure. No problem, Volgovana White. You probably discussed this, but can you shed light on what you're looking at for after hours on July 8th? I think you mentioned you expected something that evening. I do. I don't know what I don't know what to expect yet because we only have, January 6th as a point of reference. But something like January 6th is possible. I made $40 today on my GME put. My family will be happy to know we each get our own value meal at Wendy's today instead of having to share one. What are your thoughts on HD? I think it's undervalued, but I also think that it's gonna probably just move with the market. So if the market's gonna continue to come down, it's gonna be hard for it to regain any ground. Based on XRT back on Reg Show, yeah. Something like Jan 6 is possible when? End of this week. Hey man, GME should go down, but it just doesn't. Are we just burning theta with our puts? What's your plan for Friday aftermarket if we wrap? I'm not really sure how I'm gonna, if I'm going to try to get exposure to that or not. It seems, it seems like an unreliable thing to try to get exposure to. Right? We've only seen it happen once. What's up, Heathdale? East Stroudsburg? Don't ever go. Spy 930, 370 Ps. What do you think? Probably fine. Well, 510s wouldn't be very useful, right? Because if it happens in after hours on Friday, well, I guess, well, what 510s are available? Just July? July 500s? That would suck. Even if IV bumped hard, I don't think that would be that great of a play. What happens Friday after hours? Maybe we go up? You think that gets me enough theta to profit off the spy dropping? Yeah, I think so. I'd be careful though. It's in an okay range, but it's been hard for the spy to break back below 370 recently. Just make sure you're paying attention to it. Mm, BBBY rocketing. Cool. I mean, everything ran up. Friday after hours when retail suddenly remember the NFT marketplace buy into GME. Then in the morning, change their mind and sell everything. Yeah. Bobby showing signs of life after being beat with pillowcases full of bars of soap for the past 3 months. I mean, a little bit. I'm still thinking BTU has some potential. Chart looks interesting after today's sub 19 push. I've been trying to buy it every time it dips below 20. But the potential's kind of far out. So if it's not capital you can afford to tie up for a long time, there's probably better plays for the near term. And I'm buying into it for like 6 months to 2 years. Sherwin's still trending up. Yeah. I'm seeing if I can get a fill on these 240s. I might not, but I'm trying. What does T plus Tuesday have in store for us tomorrow? Up or down? Who the fuck knows? Technically, it should be down. The gamma is negatively hedged. You think August calls on YCL would be far enough out to capture profits on the yen? Not necessarily. I think whatever position you take long yen, you need some time on. I'm still figuring out how I want to position for that. That's going to be like a pretty long-term play though. Like I want to be able to hold it at least a year. Those New York City sends 6 million on fireworks choreographed in music no one can hear. They're too cheap to rent speakers. Um yeah, they probably just didn't think it through, right? They had money in the budget. Trying to get better at reading trend lines. SPY EMA 30 just rose above the EMA 120. I'm not quite super smooth anymore, but overall it looks like the downtrend is reversed. Or am I just an idiot? It's possible, but not in a very strong way, right? This could easily like just this rise isn't like a confirmed breakout. This could easily break back down. Like it's still very weak. So this is not necessarily indicative of a breakout. Maybe if a slower, like one of the slower trends had risen above, maybe like the, oh, I don't know, like the EMA 60 had broke it, like the 90, I'd have a little more confidence. Win Cat 300? Not for a long time. Crude dropping 10% today? Deflation? No. More just supply is increased supply is reducing speculation, right? Yeah, decreasing gas prices could improve consumer sentiment, but I don't think gas prices are going to improve at the same rate that the price of oil drops per barrel. So hold tight and watch a little longer then. I mean, are you long on it? No. I mean, uh, this looks like a failure of the test of the EMA 30, right? Do you use market conditions to help influence decisions on your trade? I mean, you have to. If so, to what degree do they influence them? It depends on what I'm trading. Some things are much more affected by the trends in the overall market than others. GME getting directionally shorted. I feel like they've been directionally shorting it all day, right? Like anytime they can short it against, or well, anytime they can short it without pressure in the market, right? But look how volatile the upside is. Like look how much it's going up compared to like the indexes. It's crazy. The amount of illiquidity is nuts. YouTube allowing the ability to pay and have random subs revoked. Yeah, I can't see them supporting something like that. What do you think about 3-8 trap trading? It's okay. High 50% success rate. 58, 59, somewhere in that range. Probably 60 if I ever bothered to get really good at it, but there's other trap setups too. Liquidity is becoming an issue, without a doubt. I don't think it has anything to do with retail catching on. So he's just calling every date in the month of July? Just from the middle of the month on? So July OPEX? The 17th is a weekend. Can you check the RSI to see if we're below 70 and above 30? We aren't currently undervalued, overbought or oversold. I don't think we're oversold. No, not quite. 46. Pretty far from oversold. Yeah, no problem, Kenneth. Someone just bought 2,000 Jan 11C on wheat. Bullish. Ugh. Stop. Stopped out. This is stronger. Fuck, man. I don't trust that at all. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay out of it. XRT won't stop going up. Yeah, it looks good today. Are they starting to build up obligations? Fuck, my neck is killing me. Grain reports have been coming in consistently down. I know. Interesting. Lots of $63 calls on XRT today. You still holding your GME puts? Yeah. Curious. Do we expect to run any day before June OPEX? Yeah, we can, with the FTDs coming in. cat getting some support. It seems to be stabilizing at this level, but then, you know, it moved down with the market overnight, right? Like I don't think cat wants to be much lower than this, but as long as the market continues trending down, it'll drag it. My strategy was like a mutant spider with so many legs, yet still got crushed by the rolled up newspaper that is IV. I realized that when I listen to your advice, I tend to make money. Thanks, Girk. Cool. Thank you. HT trying for 280 again. Yeah, that one was kind of working against the market today a little bit. Could. Ooh, DDS moving up? Interesting. Hmm. When you buy for this OPEX, are you looking at August? Probably, yeah. My conservative estimate for the peak is always just going to be Gamma Max sourced engineering. Including XRT from Rig Show? I don't think so. Probably redeeming shares. On a scale of 1 to 69, how hungover are you today? 42. It's not really the hangover that's the problem, it's that my neck is absolutely fucking killing me. You know what? I'm gonna go grab some ibuprofen. I'll be right Ow. Oh, it's 169, dude. No worries. BBY has 40k OI for Jan 10C. Is that new? Yeah, some of it is. Why after hours today? No? Today or tomorrow? Why the fuck would we go to $200 in after hours today or tomorrow? We might have some price action Friday after hours. Oh, July 8th? I don't think we're going to run to 200, but we can run up. Lenixis has 15 trillion as of today. Hmm. Spy's gonna break to the upside. Did you scalp XPX options? Maybe. Ugh. Do you still have any August BBY calls? A few. I bought like 10 at $7. Just in case something crazy happens. Or $10? $10. I have Jan 7s I bought. Interesting. Why the I think I did that backwards. Oh well. Back to 378 maybe. Do you still have any August BBY calls or roll them all to leaps? I answered that. Bought a Cat 175 contract for September. Set up a stop limit right after buying. Feel like a real trader. Nice, dude. Good strike, too. If you catch Relly's take on GME and AMC, if so, what are your takeaways? It's a standard, fundamental analysis of the two companies. Uh, AMC is a piece of shit, and yeah, GameStop with increasing margins and the current rate of growth over the next 5 to 10 years
probably at about 200, but that kind of ignores the potential for the e-commerce shift. I think it ignores the potential for sales of recycled electronics. And I also think it ignores the potential for the NFT marketplace. Yeah, I wouldn't interview him. I ended up in a Twitter space with him, although I didn't realize it was him when I joined it because he has like a different name on Twitter. But Turd asked me to come in to this Twitter space, and I guess I was talking to him, and he was talking about how like the inclusion of DRS in the quarterly reports on GameStop were indicated that the board was trying to push for like a short squeeze or something, which I didn't agree with. And so I tried to explain how it's materially relevant to the accounting practices because it presents a liability to future shareholders. And then he wasn't too sure on that. So that was the extent of our conversation. No, he's out of jail. Massive block order on XRT. Interesting. I can't tell if this is bulls just coming in because of the rising market, or if they're just redeeming a lot of ETF shares all over the place today. XRT is really pushing though. GameStop, not so much. I think they're just trying to build up liquidity to short our downside. They're legally obligated to release DRS numbers if requested. Yeah. Yeah, it's not an insignificant portion of the float. I don't know. I was only in the call for like 10 minutes. Most of it was figuring out that you can't use your microphone on a PC in a Twitter space. And then me hunting in my bedroom for headphones for like 15 minutes. And then it was over. I still haven't given up hope for a Lauer shampoo stream. He was in jail for 7 years, I think. Sorry, I hid your headphones the last time it was over. Thanks. Spy 390C, July 2022, 10K volume. Okay. I mean, that's a decent chunk of volume. Could just be a hedge, though. It's pretty fucking far out of the money. Who are you talking about? Martin Shkreli? Seems to be a wedge on the 30-minute. The spy just bounced off the top of. The bottom of? sure. Not really. There was a smaller wedge here that broke out into Friday. Those trends probably remain. It wasn't insulin, it was like some... It was a drug for the... Oh, fuck, what was it? Toxoplasmosa or something? I can't remember. It wasn't EpiPen either. Toxoplasmosis. Spy 390C, July 2022. Oh, okay. Why did Carl ban Biter? He didn't. Do you ever feel like you're going crazy when you stare at the charts all day? No, not really. It was Daraprim. It wasn't AIDS either, right? Or was it? Was it used for AIDS treatment? I don't think so. Against infections that can happen during AIDS. Yeah. It's not diabetes. It's not EpiPen. Yeah, so it was a toxoplasmosis treatment. July 19, 120 is slightly up. Should I just bail with the sharp price action or wait? It's up to you, man. If I had to say what I see happening today is it looks like they're building up liquidity to short us. It's an anti-parasitic used for AIDS. You price gouged everybody. Can you explain what you see that leads you to believe they're building up liquidity? Is it just XRT running? Yeah. I think they were doing redemptions in XRT to build up liquidity. He only got hit with 2 counts. Yeah, but this 2 counts were still pretty fucking serious. Don't try to act like he's like a fucking Robin Hood or something. He's not. Capitalist, sure. Out of the money CCs for the 15th safe? You mentioned possible action on the 8th. Out of the money CCs to the 15th safe. I probably wouldn't sell them for the 15th. Not until next Monday. Dude is like the OG degenerate. He's not a degenerate at all. Classifying him with the rest of Wall Street bets is, I think, a fundamental misunderstanding of who he is as a person. You can't pump something without pumpies. I think BB Boy could hit by $40 by the end of the week at expiration. Asking for a friend. No, I don't. Yeah, I'm still wheeling Google. It's the only one I didn't get fucked on so far. I got assigned on Amazon, but I hedged the assignment with puts. So I mean I have like 2,000 shares of Amazon now. I'm just selling covered calls on it. I don't think I'm gonna get assigned anytime soon, but someday I will. Can you read the first chapter of Options as a Strategic Investment to me as a lullaby? No. You mean to tell me that Martin Shkreli, billionaire hedge fund bro, is not the same like poors who YOLO their entire net worth into YAM futures? Yeah. Currently sitting on 1 July 15, 123p. Do you think if we see some more downside later this week, I can see some profits on that? Or will Theta eat into it too? Eat into it too much to be worth it? I still think that there's profit potential in those contracts. The problem is, if the market starts to rally into Wednesday, I still don't think they can short against active fund pressure on GameStop. So this is why we're not dropping, right? Is they for the last few weeks have refused to short into a rising market. And this is because they are illiquid, right? They don't want to turn to the lending pool because that'll raise the borrow rate, which causes FOMO. They don't want that, right? So they need a declining market to bring our price down. And that's why we're holding gamma neutral so hard. Good time to average down GME puts? Maybe, yeah. I still don't like this choppiness in the market, frankly. And we're like bumping up right against that lower trend on the SPY. Right? And it's like this could rally back up potentially. It may rally lower, but like we talked about this last week, that if it does rally in the early part of this week, we could see it test like 385, 386 again. Futures opened pretty bad today, and only NASDAQ is up on the day. So, you know, with like ES and Russell 2000 still down, it's definitely possible that, you know, these rallies are simply just from being oversold. Um, but I'm not a huge fan of playing this chop. Futures have been a little bit better as the trends have stabilized a little longer. Seeing a lot of August 110Ps being traded on GME between bid and ask, but I think they're bought. Probably. Spies being strangled, by the way, 385, 370. I just want to see us short to 85, then boom, boom back to 169. Yeah, I said it before, and I'll say it again. I don't think they can push us that hard. It's really a big risk, and if they're gonna do it like the week before OPEX, right? And as short a time frame as possible, so they're not carrying that overnight rate for such a long period. That's the maximum gamma on the call chain across all expirations. Or the strike at which gamma peaks across the call chain. Yeah, you need liquidity for downs too, unfortunately for them. Yeah, I mean, they still desire to drop the price, right? And if they are successful at it, then puts are a very good bet. But if they're unsuccessful at doing it, or the market rallies against them, it can make their life quite difficult. As you can see, they are putting volume into any downtrend in the market in order to stabilize us against the rising market. When GF? What? Clip what? Oh. Yeah. Rumor is you think we hit 288 for July OPEX. That's dope. That's a bullshit rumor. When are you writing your options trading for apes book? It's just gonna be one page. It's just gonna say don't in 42 point Times New Roman. So what would be the best price point to buy into long positions? 116? If they're able to get us down to 116. Yeah, 116 could be ideal. I still think their target range is like 100. I just don't know if they can get us that low. Stock trading for traders that don't trade stocks good by gherkin it. Any thoughts, analysis on QQQ for the next week? I'm thinking big down, end of the week. No. We'll have to see what happens in the minutes, right? I agree that from a technical perspective, it doesn't look like it's going to do well into the end of the week. But yeah, I still think we need to see what happens at the Fed minutes. There's a rumor that I just made up that Jimmy's going up to 1 million on this run. I mean, there will be people waiting for that price target. I think it's a mistake to take a long position or two in the 119-ish range. Not necessarily. Spy big and head and shoulder on the 5 minutes. Yeah. But if this breaks down, like, where is it going to take us? Just back to the neckline, right? Like, we're just back to like where we were trading all fucking day. Big buys on XRT happen when SPY hits resistances. Interesting. If we hit 288, I would just sell like deep in the money calls for like 30 days out. 288, 300. There's no way our current value can sustain those prices for long, so it's easy to fade the top. Thoughts on BBBY? I bought some more today. I'm just buying like blocks of 1,000, trying to bring my my cost basis down a little bit. I'm up to close to 8,000 shares. 7,700. July OPEC starts after the 15th. So between the week, the settlement is between the week of the 18th and 22nd. It's a big pile. It's not that big. I got 50. No, I didn't forget the K. Big pile of shit. Yeah. Getting ready to trade the wheel on BBBY in the OTC market. I'm gonna have to program an algo so I can seller box it just to make my losses back. Hypothetically, if we ran to 200 on July OPEX, what would you expect the rest of July, June, August price action to look like? Down like a fucking rock. Remember, OPEXs create liquidity, right? So, and then liquidity means they can short again. Not that I think they care that much about the price, although it is ideal to cover from a lower price because of the arbitrage, right? So obligations created at like 180, it's much better to close those at, 120. If you had 500 in an account you don't use anymore, would you use it to buy 2 GME or Bobby calls at the $6 strike? 2 GME at 950s or Bobby calls at the $6 strike. I mean, I have no idea what's gonna happen with Bobby, man. I don't think anyone does. Right? It's really at a crucial point. I'll say that much. Like the company needs to seriously make some moves very soon. So the time frame on Bobby is good, right? Because the pressure is without a doubt on, but GME is pretty reliable in its ability to run during OPEX periods. And when it does, it's profitable. So, you're trading like you're dealing with like a big unknown quantity there with BBBY. It presents some risk. We're all gonna get outrageously wealthy when BBBY recovers and climbs back over 30. I mean, if it does, if it climbs back anywhere near its like potential valuation. Even $20, I think a lot of people here would make a fuck ton of money. Yield curve just inverted, boys. Didn't it already do that like a month ago? Or is it like the 10-year or 20-year? BBY gamma squeeze potential feels high. I'm not biased at all either. I agree. I have 1,000 BBBY shares. That's, yeah, I think everyone has a lot. It's cheap, right? Don't get me wrong, the potential there is insane. But it's a question of does it happen or not at this point. Not so much the potential, right? You can have all the potential in the world, but nothing comes of it, right? Now if Cohen like doubles down and they sell off baby, then yeah, it could really fucking rip. The market makers are already starting to price options a little more, like calls a little more favorably. I have 5 shares of Bobby. Jesus, that's a lot, Spy says. You're describing me so well about potential. You sound like my family. Would it just take one of a few extremely plausible catalysts to rip? Cohen move, baby spinoff. Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't take a lot. And if it does, I mean, with the out of the money call volume, Jesus Christ. Can I sell 12 127 cc's to this Friday? Yeah, you could, but be prepared to buy them back before Friday close. Big risk carrying them through till past close on Friday. Maybe even into Friday could be a big risk. Because we don't know when they'll hedge. We don't know that they'll guarantee hedge aftermarket. They could hedge intraday. So I'd be very careful with that. Like the cover calls I have sold right now, I have at 130 and 135. I'm probably gonna buy all of those back tomorrow or the day after. I mean, they're all up like 80%, 80, 80, 76%. So that's the thing about dropping into these prices is that retail's loading up fucking hard. Like, I don't think people realize how much retail's buying. It's a chunk. And with it starting to pick up like a little attention, at least on social media, um it's getting interesting to say the least. Cuz it's so fucking cheap. I mean, we can just buy leverage, like shitloads of leverage. Oh, this number's driving me nuts. Hold on. There. To elaborate on the pile of obligations not being that big for July OPEX, wouldn't it be the equivalent of June if they managed to postpone it due to the holiday? Yeah. I'm just saying that the July puts right now aren't that high. They can get much higher in the next few days. Just right now, open OI, like put OI on XRT is moderately low. Like it's like the 163,000 range, and for the July expiration, only like 100,000 so far. It's not tiny. It's just not as big as they were in March. But they've blown off more steam recently, right? With the March run and the May run. And again, there's still 2 weeks for them to build up even more. Lots of August 110Ps, but for GME? Yeah, I'm roughly down like 60-ish% on my shares. I need to sit down and do the math because I had in March OPEX I had like 120 August calls that I sold. And I got to figure out what the profit was on those to figure out how much I'm down on the whole position. It's a chunk. Probably about like 30% down total, but I really need to do the math on it. Cat drilling for my stop limit. Which would be, I'd be fine with having as many shares as I do if I could sell fucking moderately or well decently priced covered calls, but you can't because the fucking market maker is underpricing the call side of the chain, and the risk just isn't worth it when I'm this far below my cost basis. Weird the Dow's coming down right now. Dow's moving ahead of the SPY a little bit. That's Dow clicking. Shit also. I think the SPY is gonna break down here as well. Well, at least I hope it does. Did I miss a Ko-Fi? Sorry. We're still holding GME puts. I have a bunch of July. Oh, that was like an hour. Never mind. Bobby to 10K is definitely a fucking meme. I used to lose money on options. I still do, but I used to too. What do you expect from BBBY? My ideal scenario would be Cohen doubles down. And BBBY sheds baby. If both of these happen, I could see 2025 easy. And then, you know, with the gamma, like the positive gamma on the chain getting hedged up, like that could spike a run up to like 30, 40. Like the out of the money call potential on the chain is fucking crazy. So yeah, I mean a run could really get out of control very, very fast if either of these things happen in the near term. What's the earliest you think we would see if RC doubled down? If he doubled down, started doubling down after earnings, 10 days. So earnings was what, what day was it? Last Wednesday? Market open? So 1, 2, 3, I think it's 10 calendar days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So maybe this Friday there could be an announcement, which should be interesting with XRT going on threshold the next morning. my 12,500 at 515 approves of this scenario. What's your cost basis on BBBY? Oh, it's still kind of high. For my shares, it's like, let's see. I bought more last week. And I bought a little bit more today. What's the cost basis on here? 14. Like 1360 something, right around yeah, like 1360 something. Would you buy $50,000 worth of Bobby? If either of those were announced, I would buy 50,000 more. $39,356 OI on Jan 23 10 Cs. Yeah. It reminds me a lot of GameStop, like pre-Jan. Even the fucking shit earnings kind of reminds me of GameStop pre-January, right? I don't know if you guys were around back then, but if you were, before like the Jan run up, GameStop had its earnings for end of year, and they were just garbage. And a lot of people like dumped out of their positions. And then yeah, things got real spicy. Got mine down to 8 now. Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is with I'm not sure what I'm probably somewhere near there with the options profits, but I'm not sure how much, because I have like I had a bunch of different contracts in March, so I have to like kind of add it all up. And then I had like Jan 20 leaps that I bought in January before RC bought in, and those I sold too. Yeah, I'd have to sit down and do like the cost basis for the whole position, but I'm sure it's not as bad as it looks just on the share side, because I know I'm very profitable on the options that I had. I just don't want to do it. Can I just make a quad bottom? I wouldn't call it a quad bottom. On the daily, sure, but like I don't think cap price on the daily is that important. On the 1 hour, it looks like it's made a bottom, or it's making a bottom. Could be one of two. Based off your hypothetical idealistic scenario, I went with BB Boy calls. I'm playing weeklies with the remaining 100 on OPEX. I mean, if he were gonna do it, right, and he bought it, so if Cohen bought into Bobby for reasons not related to the valuation of the company, and he bought into it to put pressure on the same shorts that are short GameStop, which is definitely the case, then an announcement leading into OPEX would obviously be very, very bad for them, right? Cat dividend date of record on July 20th. Isn't it the 19th? Do you expect price to move back up leading up to it? Yeah, generally the dividend forces the shorts out. It's got a fat yield, Caterpillar, so they don't really want to pay the dividend on their short positions, right? That would just mean like a 3% loss to carry over. And it's not like they're going to have bad earnings, I don't think. I think their earnings are going to remain pretty strong. Worse into the end of the year, but still strong. Any thoughts on support and resistance between here and 120? Did I put the Baba chart up in Billionaires? I thought I did. I have all my support and resistances on it mapped out. Here, I'll DM you so you can copy them. Yeah, it's in there. I thought it was. There's a little NW. There's a little at 117-ish. It's like kind of a high volume traded area, like 117.50. And that it's older, like back in like March. There was a lot of resistance at that level, so I'd pay attention to that. I know my mid target is higher than that, but that's because I think that resistance has gotten kind of pummeled a little bit already. And there was it presented almost no resistance on the last test, like that 121. You got it, NW. Isn't there supposed to be some big FTDs due today? Yeah, there are, David. On the market maker side, though, right? Market maker FTDs equal volatility. So this type of price action is actually ideal for clearing market maker FTDs. These like extremely volatile spikes. ETF FTDs are like 100% net short. And so these create buy pressure. But the FTDs don't really do shit to like the price at the end of the day. They just make a lot of extra chop. Part of that's because they're easier to roll forward. They can roll them forward through SFT. They can like package them up and move them out to the next day. They're a lot more flexible with how they clear these. But we usually like our FTDs kind of fall into a period where we have like FTDs, then we have an overlap, and then we have ETF FTDs out here, right? And then so from this period through here where they overlap, price action's usually pretty flat. When the ETF FTDs alone hit, we tend to move up. Well, I shouldn't say tend. We always move up on ETF FTDs since last year, around this time last year. Can you be assigned if an out of the money option goes in the money Friday after hours? Yes. Yeah, no problem, David. If we repeat historical price action from September 30th, we should violent spike up to 127 between 2 and 3:30. September 30th. Why would we repeat price action from September 30th? I don't think anything was happening on September 30th. I don't remember September 30th being very consequential at all. There was some volume there. Well, the reason that we lag price action is because everything's due cyclically, right? I mean, you could say the same thing about like May 12th. But that's just, that's just like, that's, first of all, both of those events pushed by upwards movement and the SPY. But that's just like external market pressure on FTDs. So, you're seeing high FTDs, right? And then you're seeing active fund pressure from the market rising. Now, if we have high FTDs, it's possible that the index does as well. That's not an absurd thing to think. Do you think RC is actually aware of the cycles in OPEX and plans his timing accordingly? And there's been some coincidences, but I have a hard time believing it. Also, praise view up. Thank you, DraxX. I don't know. I used to be less convinced of it, but after I came out with like the FTD dates for February, right? And then RC bought on every single FTD date between Feb and March for BBBY. That was pretty fucking compelling. Or like between like the beginning of the Feb FTD period and Feb OPEX. Like all of his buys were on FTD dates. And his bigger buys were on the bigger FTD dates. Like the dates where we had higher FTDs, that we had bigger buys. So it's interesting. I don't know if he does or not, or maybe he follows the DD. I'm sure he has his own group of financial advisors. He is a billionaire, right? Uptrend not looking good for these pits. What uptrend? In the market? Not great, but this isn't really having a lot of success. This looks just more like the second shoulder of a breakdown. We'll see if that gets any volume behind it. I think the SPY is likely to just fall into this range and stagnate till the minutes. So between like 373 and 378 until Wednesday. Maybe he watches your channel. I don't know. Have you started entering IV exposure positions on GME yet? No, but I probably will towards the end of this week. Have you found anything other than XRT thresholding that led to the run January 6th after hours? No. And as far as exercised delta on the options chain of GME goes, it's a complete fucking anomaly. Something in the options chain that could tell us if they're doing the same thing? Yeah, if we see a fuck ton of negative delta exercised during the day on Friday. We should actually probably look back at the time and sales that day and see what we can figure out. I don't know if we can get them that far back. Maybe we can. So you think MMs are creating liquidity to smash the price again? I mean, they just need liquidity regardless of if they use it to smash the price. Liquidity is getting really dry, and if they don't find some liquidity outside of GME directly, they're going to be forced to turn back to the prime pools. And if that happens, then the borrow rate's going to go back up again. I expect the borrow rate to go back up after the 8th anyway. That's my second point of confirmation for my current like thesis. If Jimmy could just go back to 180 so I could break even on my calls, that would be great. God damn it, turd. Just get your $5 back and move on with your life. When do they expire? The 8th? Why the fuck did you buy calls for July 8th? That's not in line with your own theory at all. If Cat can just hit 180 today, that would be even better, to be honest. It could be like a week or so before Cat moves back up again. But you have like a shitload of theta, right, Definitely. Thoughts on Ford? Oh, didn't they just fuck themselves over and make like 60,000 cars that are unsellable? Oh, are we still waiting for a split? And if it does happen, will we see price improvement? I'm not waiting on a split. I think they'll split when they either have projected growth or they'll split when the price is higher. Yeah, it could cause some price improvement in the short term. JFresh for mod. Noted. Silence of the dance. Thank you. Moonwind has his third eye open. Yeah. I'm poor and I can't pay for the theta to see my theory out. Wait, didn't you just get promoted? Aren't you like the big boss man now? You're gonna have all kinds of money to YOLO soon. Not as much as I want, but I have August 19. That's not the... I mean, August 19 is fine. It's not the greatest, right? Because you're going to hit that 30-day mark. But it's probably fine. I might be being a little greedy at this point, not just buying in at this like low 171 point. Because where I sold my calls off, I've already made back the difference if I buy in now. Like more than. Because I sold them off at like what like the breakdown of 182. So, or no, it was 178. So it's like $7 down. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I still want to wait for Wednesday. There have been intro meetings. Anything spicy since 11 a.m. 120, is this the new normal? They're trying to give Zakura PTSD again. Do you think Jimmy just asked for the share increase and split announcement because it's just convenient to do it now? Otherwise, they would have to wait another year. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just convenient to set it up. And as we move into a recession, having those extra available shares means that if they want to buy out a company using equity, those shares are available, right? It puts them in a good position moving into especially moving into deflation later in the year or next year. My problem is the 190s are going to be fine. The 195s though are going to struggle. They could, depending on what Cat does. I don't think Cat has a problem moving to 210 from these price ranges. Nebraska, if there's a solid run in the market, Cat can move up hard. Nebraska, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Welcome, 5 new Cornishons. Give a big shout out to Nebraska for hooking you guys up. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Victor, Goring, Kitty, Cotty, Patrick, Thomas Martin, and Super Saint Sludge. Welcome aboard, guys. Are we getting dangerously close to Linux's $15 trillion forecast? Possibly. XRT broke 60, next stop 420. You and I both know perfectly well that XRT can't short squeeze Torque. Now it can blow up, but that's different. The more you know, PSA for chat. GameStop sells Google Play gift cards. Google Play gift cards can be used to pay for your YouTube member subscriptions. The shill guy has YouTube memberships available. Thanks, Fluffy. I always thought you guys were saying Cornish hen. No, Cornichon. It's like a small, semi-sweet pickle. If you really think about it, XRT has been in a short squeeze for decades. Alright. I mean, not really a squeeze. It's just been shorted for decades. She made a video on XRT liquidity because other shorts are piling in. Is there a point where XRT is the catalyst because of this? It could be. I mean, if they can't get sufficient liquidity to stop price action on GameStop, don't get me wrong. Here's the problem: is like as much as it catalyzes, like I think they can still, or as much of a catalyst as it could be, I think they can still collapse gamma on the chain, right? And if they can collapse gamma at like the upper ranges of its expansion, then it doesn't really fucking matter like how much liquidity can be derived from XRT, right? Because they can stop a breakout to higher levels. If Gamma Max continues to increase, that's another story. Nebraska, thank you again, man. I appreciate it, dude. X, No Squire, Lanky Planky, Brian Man, and Big Mountain. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give a thanks to Nebraska for hooking you guys up. That's super cool. Thanks, man. When I first joined SS, I thought it was full of intelligent investors, but after 1 year, I've come to realize it's the complete opposite. Really? People YOLOing their life savings and selling their cars to buy GameStop stock seemed like an intelligent investment decision to you? While constantly chanting, never invest more than you can afford. And then doing the complete opposite. Does it get much better than the sweet sounds of Steve Winwood and Higher Love? Maybe not. If retail would buy as many puts on XRT as they do calls on GME, would XRT be the real MOASS? Yeah. Retail won't do that, but if that happened, yeah, it could really fuck shit up. No, I'm not Persian. Yes, I still have my puts. Thank you, Brasco. Bye, Blockbuster. Thanks for the upgrade, man. I appreciate it. Welcome to Zillionaire, dude. You know what to do, right? Hit me up on the Discord. Slide into my DMs, and we'll talk. Is there any way to determine what Gamma Max was going into the Jan squeeze? Was it high early on or just kept getting pushed up? It just kept getting pushed up. It was moving. So it moves ahead of FOMO, right? So like when we approach any run up, including the Jan squeeze, you know, Gamma Max will start to climb as price action improves. And then when FOMO kicks in, Gamma Max climbs really, really fast, right? And price action follows behind it. But eventually, calls become too expensive and there's buy side exhaustion, right? And then we break through Gamma Max. And regardless of the run, be it last January or March, after we break through Gamma Max, time spent at those levels is limited. I missed it. What's the way to slip into Grix DMs? Asking for a friend. SPY down 1%. XRT up 2.5%. Nothing to see here, folks. I mean, I do expect retail to kind of have a bit of a decent bullish push, just in general, like Walmart, Target, Costco, over the next couple months, as I think they've overpriced the inventory like increases into the market, and I think some of that valuation is going to bleed back sector wide, right? Especially in the companies that aren't so leveraged on their inventory, like Costco or GameStop. I think they'll continue to see like some price improvement. Maybe Target, or ones that have you know, enough sales to shed that excess inventory quickly. So if they have a very good turnover, they can push out that bloated inventory really fast. They can do summer sales and all kinds of shit, right? And just get that inventory moving. especially while wages are increasing, people tend to be a little spendy. That'll all end up being a bad thing later on, but like we were talking about this last week, how like buying like bigger purchases right now is a really bad idea. And you know, if you look at like I am positive that Black Friday this year is going to have like insane deals, right? Because there's just so much bloated inventory everywhere versus Black Friday last year when demand was super high and inventories were super low and like it just sucked, right? Like there was no good deals on Black Friday at all. This year is going to be the complete opposite of that because that's like a big opportunity to shed excess inventory, which for a lot of companies also equals debt, right? Variable interest debt. Back to school sales about to be legit. Yeah. Back to school, Labor Day, Black Friday, all of those are going to be big this year. So yeah, if you're considering making any big purchases, you know, the bigger the purchase, the longer the wait. Keeping that cash on hand is far more valuable. Or having that money invested in something with growth, which isn't a lot right now, but DDS making its way back up. It'll stagnate probably in this like 200 to 220 range for a little while. Is it likely to do another heavy drop down? That depends on the Dow, man. Cat is already undervalued at these prices. Like a lot. It's very undervalued at these prices. But the question is the market, right? Not so much the individual stock. The macroeconomic factors that are affecting Cat are going to affect speculation on it regardless of the valuation of the company itself right now. So any other time in the last 8 months, if Cat hit 170, I'd be like fucking half my poured into it. But right now I'm waiting because I don't know what the Fed's going to announce at the minutes. If they've moved forward their forward rate like up to 1.25, that could be fucking serious, and cause a hard downturn in the market. If they keep it stable at 0.75, 1.0, we'll likely see a rally. Right? It's just that uncertainty. The market does not like that right now. And if things are certain, even if they're worse, but still certain, there's a lot more confidence. Amazon's doing 2 Prime Days this year, right? That's why. It's almost like all the things I've been telling you guys about the bullwhip and the economy for months are true. It's gonna be Red Friday. Oh, yeah. Right now's the time to buy luxury fashion. Yeah, luxury, yeah, fashion. Would an August 19 190 be a good option? Or would I be better off with IV positions? I mean, since the amount of capital you have is extremely low, right? You either need to buy very short dated calls near the money or far dated calls very far out of the money. Remember that the lower on the chain the IV play is, the higher exposure, like the higher Vega it will have. So like a Jan 500 has much higher Vega than a Jan 950. The difference being that, you know, generally you're buying a large number, you're getting a lot of leverage at 950. So the increased price of buying a 500 isn't worth it versus the leverage. But, you know, if you're only getting like 1 contract or 2 contracts, then maybe it is. I would probably just buy like bi-weeklies or something if I was in that position. Try to target like the mid-range between gamma neutral and gamma max. But it's risky. I mean, you could lose $450 pretty quick that way. Back to school, back to school. To prove to Pickle I'm not a fool. I got my lunch packs out, my boots tied tight. I hope I don't get in a fight. Thank you, Pickles Anonymous. What the fuck? Is there medication to help me prevent from entering into bad positions? I mean, you'll either learn to do it in advance or you'll learn the hard way. I keep an eye on GameStop Pro Days. I actually had some really good PC deals. Thinking September, when the new chips come out, might be some really solid leftover inventory of the older best models. Yeah, I expect those inventories to drop significantly. Video cards are already getting cheaper, like significantly, especially with crypto down. Sounds like the perfect time to buy a new car. Oh, that you might want to wait for. Like I said, bigger purchase, longer wait, right? So if you're buying a house, you want to wait a couple years. If you're buying a new car, you might want to wait like 6 to 8 months. If you're buying like electronics and shit, maybe 3 to 6 months. You know, household goods and stuff will be cheaper in a month or two. If Biden pulls, oh, don't forget that I think Biden's also in deliberations to pull back the Trump era tariffs on China. If that happens, that could have a deflationary effect as well. I don't know if they'll go through it or not. I'm sure it's quite profitable, but get that inventory moving. Like the recent GameStop Power Pro Days, get $15 memberships, push out overstock to show throughput that eclipses pro reward incentives. Win for GME now? Yeah. Baba looks pretty dang good. Thanks for this pick. No problem, man. It's risky though. Watch your fucking downside on Baba because it can move against you hard. If there's uncertainty in the markets or a downtrending market and you want to continue to hold the position, you need to hedge your downside because it's so volatile. It can drop $15-20 overnight. So pay attention to the news, especially pay attention to Chinese macroeconomic news. Anything that will affect like Shenzhen or Hang Seng. You got to stay on top of that position if you're in it. Watch the markets before you go to bed. Wouldn't downside on GME? Fucking no, man. No liquidity. I mean, we know positionally it's better for them to get the price down. The question is, can they? So far, they've not been successful at getting us below gamma neutral. By doing a little breakout towards 378, but it still looks like shit. The upper range on this. $383. It could bounce. I still think 378.61 is going to be a tough resistance to cross there. Here, this is the SPY on the 15-minute. It's just, I don't know. It's like an ascending head and shoulders. It doesn't look strong. It double topped before breaking down. It was unable to even test the resistance on the last upside move last Friday. This just continues to look weak, right? And it's not even outside of the range of like this downward trend, right? Well, maybe a little bit. I guess, you know, if it breaks through here, I still think 380, 383 max. I really don't see a lot of upside unless it breaks that upper range at 380, well, 383 to 382 later in the week. It is a nice bounce though. Double bottom. Confirmed. I mean, a ton of merch waiting in China to see if I could get that 7.5% discount. Yeah. But how many people are going to wait on that? And is that going to cause even more supply shock? If XRT hit these call levels, it will continue up looking for 5% more from the previous day. Then result in a move on GMA. I think we'll likely see it tomorrow. My July 8th calls might be safe. XRT nav change, GMA percent change. Interesting. What about 6-7? $5.3. Curious. I see. I see what you're pointing out here. Okay. Okay, it can't be explained by XRT alone. Yeah, 6-7 and 6-2. Looks like T plus 3, right? Oh, can you look at Jan 21? Interesting. One. I mean, it looks like the fucking XRT nav increase in Jan 21 led to a fucking. Oh, okay. Well, see, but then on the first, look at Feb 1st, like 5.78% up, and then GME down 60%. '18 through 25. Well, because they're redeeming a lot, right? Like this is where they start to get the liquidity. So, Turd, shouldn't we expect like more down before up, given the time frame that they have? I don't know how much correlation I'm seeing here. I'm also kind of just trying to devil's advocate this. GME ups. So we had 3 days positive, 4 days positive this last week, with Friday negative, but barely, right? That seems like a good idea. No SPY 520 by end of year. Wouldn't gas prices decrease? I want a nicer car, but I don't want to pay premium prices. I mean, if you want like an SUV or something, now's the time to buy one, right? When gas prices are through the roof. Like used SUVs have to be getting battered. You can use market psychology to make so many informed purchases, because all markets operate with the same psychology, right? Always being bold when others are fearful. Greedy. The weekend stream should be unlocked for everybody from yesterday or from Sunday. Thoughts on October 130 calls? Okay, relax. Why is everyone spamming the chat with October 130s? Calm the fuck down. They're expensive. They're not terrible. It's not everybody, it's 2 people. They're just like, okay. I mean, if we drop to 110, they're gonna be a lot fucking cheaper. Even 116. I think it was just the one guy. I think it was like 2 guys. They're still like $20 a contract. Like that's not fucking cheap, you know? It's not terrible, but it's not cheap. They're at a good price point. I don't hate them. It's a lot of fucking time for 5 days of exposure. They just learned about Theta. What price are you looking to hit to sell your puts? 116? What are your current thoughts about a potential run this month? It still looks good to me. So what happened to all those obligations in June? We think that they were able to defer them through FINRA for 28 days. We'll find out soon if that's to be more likely the case or not, but we think that that is possible. Can you help me? What? What does exposure cannot be increased due to instrument configuration? I use Saxo Trader. You don't have any margin left? I have no fucking clue. I've never used Saxo. Call them and ask. That's probably the best way to handle it. They are your fiduciary. Also, they probably know their systems way better than I do, given that I've never used them. Are you trying to sell the calls and not buy them? Hold up, was that real English? I swear that was a scrambled question and the Gurk just pulled a real answer out of his pocket. I'm trying to get a contract. I don't use margin. Double check your order. Make sure it's not being sold or something, or it's not a margin position. Make sure you're buying. If you're trying to buy a long call, make sure that that's what you're doing, or whatever. I don't know what you're trying to do, honestly, but yeah, if that issue persists, I would call them and try to figure out what's going on. Imagine you could just defer things through FINRA. I know, right? After all of this, if I ever like went to start a fund, right, it would just I would just become a market maker. It's the fucking best. You never have to cover shit. You can push it off forever. Arbitrage is just amazing. You don't care if the market's going up or down. It's irrelevant. Primed for a standard run into close. Giddy. Yeah, it looks like it. Fucking cut my puts again? It's so gross. Yeah. Oh shit, my mouse just died. That's something I need to stay on top of. Should I buy these back? Maybe. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy puts into close from now on. I don't know if it's better, but it's better than buying them in the morning. Just paying $50 for a theta to watch them bleed out through the day. I do think I should just buy back these covered calls, though. They are super fucking up right now. I have what, 3 days left on them? Yeah, I don't think there's. Hold on, I got a bunch of these to close. The only thing benefiting that is I have covered calls open, so the bleed off and theta helps those, but hurts the puts I'm buying. Can I defer my rent through FINRA? Probably not. What would be a conservative estimate for the IV for a 125 weekly call to spike? If we spike to 127, I don't think it's gonna happen. That's a bit high. This just looks like another fucking Head and Shoulders. That'd be a big fucking move up. I could see 123, maybe 125. Testing 127 seems kind of like too much. It'd have to be a hell of a rally. And if it happens post CNS, when the FTD pressure is gone, it's not going to be as violent. So it needs to happen in that last dark pool dump window that we were tracking, which is like 245. Short a company on the ground, then get the entropy swap in place, watch it soar, then continue to average down my short position each time. It starts on June 17th, the day of the T day. Blue Nano. At what point do we just admit Hedgies won? Well, we don't care if they win, right, Stever? What strike were the puts you just sold? 120? Have we seen any meaningful? Well, GME is hard to borrow, so it has a negative rebate rate. But no, the divergence isn't super significant. It's gotten a little bit of a spread on it. But like I said, I don't think I've said this before. I don't think through prime lending they're paying anywhere near the rate that we're seeing from brokerages. Those contracts are all negotiated separately. If someone's like a continuous borrower, brokerages aren't going to be charging them those rates. Buyback covered calls, same like buying calls. I mean, I have 3 days till expiration on them. I'm going to buy them back early anyway. I'm like, what am I going to make? Another 100 and... Well, not even. Another $80 a contract if I hold them. It's almost not worth it. Like, why hold the risk? Especially knowing the XRT is going to threshold later in the week. And that could create upside. It just seems risky to hold them out for too long, right? Like, I definitely want them back before Friday. Your beard line reminds me of the Indus River Valley. No. It was not intentional. Why did you exit your puts? Because it looks like the market's going to pop into close, and GME probably will a little bit too. So I can just buy them back higher before close. Frankly, if you're looking for this on the intraday with GameStop, if we start trending away from our low, right, into the mid-afternoon, this is like, you know, pretty bullish. If we're trending down, then it's a little more bearish. But yeah, I mean, we've had higher lows all day. So I'm just burning theta, holding on to the puts. Especially if I can pick up like 123s at close. I'd rather just do that. Like I said, in this market with the volatility right now and the bear rallies, no fucking way am I taking any risk on anything. In and out. If it doesn't happen, I close it. If it's a winner, I'll hang in, but rolling same like losing money. Yeah. Or same like buying more theta. Think of it like equipping your contract with extra theta. Like an RPG. Trading is like a fighting game or a rhythm game, right? And swing trading is like an RPG. And then long-term investing, like story-driven RPG with very little gameplay. It's still T+2, because they create an account against net capital that closes in 28 days, and then they have the standard settlement period, so T+2 from that date. Should be talking about 63,500. I'm a pro gamer now? Sure. Can you guys drop a like? It's a big help. Thank you. Fucking 600 likes. Ridiculous. Get those fucking numbers up. If you don't like it, dislike it and then leave. Do something better with your life. Okay, so what kind of game genre is crypto then? Bejeweled? It's like crypto is playing Bejeweled on the toilet 24 hours a day. Can I dislike and not leave? Sure. JMac, Jesus X 6.8 million put by big downs, you think? Seems like an extraordinarily large position one purchase. Thoughts on this? Just got back from dinner. On what? On what? On GameStop? JMac, can you follow up on that? Can I send you a super like? Not on this platform. Ascending triangle on the SPY? A little bit. I think it's just gonna break here, maybe? We'll see. If it continues to push up. Like I said before, I think 382 is kind of the limit for any breakout, and I don't even know if it's gonna see a breakout today. This crawl back may be all we get. Crypto's one of those shady mobile games you downloaded that promise you real life money, but just hacks your PayPal and costs you everything. AMC is the truck driver? No, AMC is farm and mining simulator. 19, 20, 20, 20, 20. I don't know when they started making those games. 2010. Could you set up as a market maker as a master limited partnership? Probably not. Probably have to be an LLC or a corporation. Class C corporation. Depends on public investment, I think. I mean, you can make markets just in your brokerage, right? It's just not you're just not gonna be that good at it. What time tomorrow will we know about the Chinese tariff situation? I have no idea. Ew, I just got hit with an ad. Gross. AMC saying like AOL trial CD. Ooh. Did you ever play Farmville? No. I've never really liked any mobile games. There was a period of time where I was away from home so much that I played, what was it called? Clash of Clans for a little while. And then I had to start like I just got to a point where like if I didn't spend money, nothing would happen, so I stopped playing it. Can you tell us when you're entering CCs again for GMA? Sure. August 10p. 6.9 million. 4,500 of them bought all within a few minutes. Jesus. That's a big fucking like downside position. $6.9 million worth? Oh, okay. 4,500 contracts. It's kind of like the block orders we were seeing during, like coming in before May OPEX, right? I don't know if they're marking long or not. It's a good question. I'll have to look at them after, I'll have to look at the OI after market close. Because it could be like an arbitrage play also, right? We just don't know. I already played the song, Patrick. RTS will rise again. RTS is like multi-leg options trading. Well, my crypto golden ticket didn't print because I didn't bother to do any actual TA or understand the risks of the market. Wow, protect me, Papa Pow. Speaking of call positions not printing, Gaff, what'd I tell you? Sorry I didn't buy back into a million more Bitcoin. Gork, you should try to speedrun a trading account from 50k to 500k. In a bear market? Go fuck yourself. Also bought at Ask too, not even anywhere near mid. Did the Ask climb across the order? Like how the fuck did they get a fill of an entire block at one price? It's not even, that seems ridiculous. Like, how deep into the ask was it? That's not very pog. How does gifting a membership even work? Isn't it a monthly subscription? Yeah, so you get a month of membership for free because someone gifted it to you. I just exited earlier. I was able to snag them on the cheap, so I still printed. Only picked up half profits. Still in the money. Okay. Are you ready to play the downside now? Or are you in on the downside already? This shit doesn't look like it's getting better. The fucking rally is already weaker. Like, hmm. 16.6? I know you're feeling it. Sixteen 580. Before August. Given everything you know about the last OPEX, what's the likelihood that they're able to can kick for July? Pretty slim. Although I'm still trying to find deferral policy that could get them out of it. So, you know, I'm doing my best digging into it. I know Dunstan over on the Discord's doing some digging too. I gotta get back in touch with him because he's, I think, a little more experienced in the legal field than me. So trying to match that up with our like volumetric evidence historically and see where like the deferrals line up best. I'm behind, it won't happen today, but I want you to know I'm gonna upgrade my membership. Why? One word, Donatello. Thank you so much, Cody Blakely. I appreciate it, man. BTC 15 to 16k will cause FOMO for sure. I can see lower, but that is low. But I think it could hit it. I think we move back to 21 before we see a significant dip below 17. Maybe. I have till August. Well, I need a little past August. Hold on. I'll give you a date. End of August, week of like the 21st. I worry that it may not touch it till like the beginning of September, like September 1st, 2nd, maybe that weekend. But yeah, August 21st. I have till 827, so I'm good. Oh, okay. When Venezuela capitulate out of Bitcoin? uh South American economies are just fun, right? Like they just have a good time with it. I have a friend who insists on buying BTC on Robinhood. I tried to explain the concept of keys to him, and he wasn't interested. Is he more irresponsible than Moonwind? Maybe. Looks like some of those puts were near bid, others closer to mid. Also around the same time, 3 million notional and 740, 780p bought also. Marking long again, possibly on the out of the money 110p. Maybe. Those could also be like in the money call exercises. I did notice some activity on Philly earlier today. And we do have FTDs today as well, right? So there could be some shit going on there. Oh, you fucking bitch. Really? You fucked me, dork. Still a higher low. I found this amazing company that guarantees really strong returns over the next 5 years. Should I invest? Oh, I forgot to mention the company's name, Celsius. Let me look at this like last week. Don't show this one to Stefan. All right. Yeah, it looks good. What was this one again? Oh yeah, it's the energy drink company. You need extra energy when you're working an extra job, right? It's a good thesis. Stop shadowing my place, and you won't have these problems, Kenneth. We still don't have a lower low. So technically we could still bounce here. I'm your unwanted apprentice. One sec, guys. So they're in the process of planting like some sort of zen fucking garden on the roof of my building where they're installing the pool. And they're using just an absolute shitload of fertilizer, and it smells so fucking bad. That's not fertilizer, it's the Dans. No, it's definitely fertilizer. It smells awful. best way to help plants grow where there's not much topsoil. Fair. Still smells terrible. I don't know. It's like some sort of dust. It looks like white. It looks like cocaine, but it's kind of yellowish, and it's all over my fucking fire escape. And it smells like shit. Yeah, I don't think they give a shit about that, Stefan. That smell is just New York. Or it's New Jersey blowing over from across the river. Elizabeth. Maybe there's just a strong wind in Elizabeth today. Like an easterly wind. How many New York City apartments have Zen gardens and pools on top of them? A lot. Asbestos, nothing to worry about. My old building had that. But all the old pre-war buildings in New York have asbestos. As long as it's not disturbed, it's fine, right? Every time you talk about New York City, the less I want to live there. That's fair. It would probably make you very uncomfortable for a very long period of time because you're, a country duck. Same like houses built before 1978 full of lead paint. Would you ever rent an apartment on Billionaires Row? If I was a billionaire. Lenixus says we moon today. Okay. Have you ever seen the movie The Boy in the Plastic Bubble? Yes. No, I love lead paint. The bouquet is unparalleled. Southern California had a lot of really good Persian restaurants. New York does not. Or at least none that I've found. All these Lenixus groupies coming out of the woodwork, you know. Does a double bottom with March 2020 lows at high $3, low $4 matter for Bobby? What would confirm a double bottom? Another test in that range? I don't think that really matters. The company's valuation has changed greatly since then. Favorite Persian spot in SoCal? There was this place in Anaheim that was really good. I don't remember the name of it. Something Rose. Also, Panini Kebab Grill is the shit. I'm pretty sure Lenixis is banned from Supersonic or removed himself from there. Maui Rose? No, I don't think that's what it's called. Maybe. I was pretty drunk when I showed up there. To me, it doesn't matter if Linux is right or wrong. I don't know his data sources, and they can't be peer reviewed, and I can't make a decision off of it. Daria in Costa Mesa. You know, I've never been there, but yeah, a lot of people recommended that to me when I used to live by there. What are your favorite movies about cooking? I don't know if I have any movies that I like about cooking. Why would I watch a cooking movie? When cat dividend? The ex-dividend date's July 19th. Spy going for it? Ratatouille. When Dork vindicated? After the 245 Dark Pool dump? Until then, what you've done is unforgivable. What about Julia and Julia? Is Breaking Bad a cooking show? You could say it is. It has recipes and cooking. A lot of out of the money puts bought for Jan 23. What mean? Yeah, I heard. I don't know yet. I have to look at the OI at the end of the day. Rex at Panini Kebab Grill. I work 5 minutes from one. Just the kofta kebab, or what it's called. I forget what it's called. Not kofta, that's Greek. Kubida? Kubide? Something like that. I think it's, I don't know how to pronounce it. Have you seen Chef with John Favreau? Yeah. It's like, the kid's annoying. So much drama. It would have been better if it was just him and John Leguizamo making sandwiches. I didn't need the backstory. Kubida. Okay. September is probably fine. You could go November if you wanted to. It's just a question of how much capital you want to tie up at that point, I think. Cool bidet. Me and my friends would go to that place because they have like a family meal that's like $40 or something, and you just get a shitload of food. That's good. It was like not that unhealthy. It's a grilled chicken. The grilled chicken like kebabs are good too. Uh, Someone put their gap fill at 380 on the spy, then down we tumble. Maybe that gap's kind of weak, but yeah. At least the ibuprofen's helping my neck. Yeah, it's responding a little bit. I still don't like it. All right. Close. Nope. Son of a bitch. Favorite way to eat a potato? Hasselback? If I had to choose. Thyme and butter. Garlic. Rosemary if you're feeling frisky. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I know John Favreau is like super into cooking. Dillard's 1 hour, kind of sort of maybe getting frothy. Mm. Did I call the bottom on this piece of shit again? It pisses me off when I call the bottom and then I don't buy anything. Maybe. I think this could bottom out like a couple more days though. Maybe just like a shitty low open tomorrow. Yeah, I'll wait. Either I don't play it or I do, right? PBY still suck. Yep. Glad I bought more. Oh, ow. I like roasted potatoes, like fingerling, but not a lot of them. I don't like a lot of potatoes with any meal. How many BBY shares do you have now? I'm trying to think if I'm about to buy 200 more. Like almost 9,000. Ah, fuck it. $9,000. But now that's just 1K off from 10K. Fuck off. I don't want to buy anymore. If you were RC right now in this exact position, would you double down or cut and run? I mean, that would require far more intimate knowledge of the company than I have. Just buy more and it dips to $3. Exactly. What dates are you targeting for Baba? Oh, nothing in particular. I don't. Maybe like 2 weeks out. Maybe just August. I have some weeklies that I got in this morning, but I might buy some Augusts. I'll see how this performs right now. Because if they pull back the tariffs, it could really move. Same question given what you know right now. Double down or cut? I'd probably double down, but I'm a greedy prick. Like, I don't know. I've never lost $75 million. Or 100 million? He's down like 100 mil, right? I think the tariffs were lifted today. I don't think so. I thought they just announced that they were going forward with like discussing it yesterday. Sherwood is just ripping. Yeah, that was a good buy-in. Thin line between greedy and degenerate. Very. Buttercream or tomato? Hmm. You can combine those things too. I feel like it's not that simple. What about egg-based sauces? Like carbonara? I guess that would be better. A little bit. Oh. You're correct. Tariff discussion underway. That's what I thought. 4 more minutes, dork. Tell me I didn't sell my puts in vain. No, probably not. He's gonna fucking rally back to 122. I don't think March entered, RC entered into BBBY with that March 7th letter to walk away in 4 months. I agree. I'm lactose intolerant, yet I got a milkshake last night. Why? Why did you do that to yourself? What's going on with Dork? Oh, I'm just giving him shit. Well, they don't need to lend, right? They just need creation. Turd. So the securities lending isn't super relevant, right? The shares outstanding's a fucking joke, but why is it? How sad is it that I'm more nervous about this moment than any other moment in my investing career, both real and paper? I have no idea. Up 40% on my 380 calls since Gaff mentioned ups into end of day. Thanks, Gaff. Gaff didn't say anything about ups into end. Gaff doesn't even trade equities. Not well, not anymore. Can you say thanks to whoever gifted me a membership, please? Oh, yeah. It was probably Nebraska if it happened today. Or, well, it might not have been. I think it was Nebraska for you, though, no Squire. Nebraska 18. Margin Boo. Whose milkshake was it? Did it get it in the yard? He's in the yard right now, shitting his brains out. Because we're lactose intolerant, can we use Lactaid to enjoy shakes and ice cream? Yeah, but Popcorn Trader never would have hedged his bet like that. We're not talking about the same person. If we don't run today, I predict borrow rate goes up. Ooh, doubling down. Interesting. But where? On XRT? Or on GME itself? Seems like an insider's buying in. Yeah. You mean rich people? It does. May see some deflation with tariffs lessened and oil drilling. On top of that, the housing market cooling off. Market could rip off this if this sustains. I expect Q2 earnings season to be trash though. The problem is deflation is not good, right, J-Mac? Like, deflation means that like inventories purchased in an inflationary period are now going to be way overpriced. Narrows margins, right, and creates more competition in a narrower space. It's not good. Deflation's the bad part of inflation. Like the really bad part. What's the next two upper resistances above 126.70? Like significant ones? 132.50 and like 148. Correction by T+2. That's not fair, because I expect the bar rate to go up then anyway. ASMR voice time? I don't think so. I don't want to sit up. My neck hurts. I have to like sit up and get... Ah. Fuck you. Ah, son of a bitch. Blow it out your ass, Darth. This is the time when you want cash to buy things cheap. Yeah. September chain, open infidelity. Oh my god. You're welcome. You need me to come by after the stream and rub your neck for you? You know, you tried that last time and you just waddled all over my back with your little flipper feet. It didn't do shit. It's just, I need like Carl to rub this one out. It's, I think it's too much for you to handle. I see, Sparky. I saw it when you said it before. I will, but I don't want to go get a fucking ice pack. I don't have one on hand. I'm not just, I don't just have ice packs at the ready. This is what I get for going in that asshole swimming pool. Fuck. Get a Theragun? No? Two industrial freezers, 0 ice packs. Not suspicious at all. Exactly. I bought HD calls on 628. I then diamond handed them into unrealized losses and saw them go green today. I now have stops in to protect my profit. Is this what you mean by setting stops? Yes. Also, congratulations. Oh, you can fuck off with that chiropractor shit, Bart Star. Is that a Hitachi product? If you want to pummel your genitals to death. Fidelity is now warning me about volatility on BBBY when I purchase. Cool. Just crusting 1 million volume. Looks like shorting on every move above 121 today. Gotta keep that floor, right? Why is the volatility is only ever measured to the downside? Because it's an imperfect system, Dork. You're the man. I've learned how to sell contracts while profitable. Fuck yeah, dude. Deferral after OPEX can only occur if a holiday falls on either the Monday or Tuesday following OPEX, correct? I mean, there wouldn't be a market holiday on a Tuesday, I don't think. But yeah, the Monday after or the Friday of. Right? Shadow? So if OPEX is, like, if OPEX expires on a holiday, or the settlement period is a holiday. Hey, Greg, sometimes I get the feeling that you think I'm an idiot. Can you add me to the quads? I don't think you're an idiot. I just think you're a shit poster. Get a dimple ball or indoor softball and use it to do deep tissue work on your neck. Yeah, I'll probably just go lay down after this until it goes away. I don't need to use my neck for anything again until tomorrow morning, so. No problem, Shadow. Articles about BBBY, negative 45% revenue last year. Don't mention BBBY has gone from 1,533 stores to 953 today. 12 billion in revenue, 1,533 stores, 7.88 billion revised. 953 stores actually per store profitability up. Huh. Yeah. Their FCF kind of looks like shit though. 2x FCF? Maybe. I forgot to go over that this weekend. Hey Greg, sometimes I get the feeling that you think I'm a fool. Can you add me to the quads? No. And I and I know you are, Darth. But I appreciate it. Ow. Do you use that site to calculate how many you can afford? Or you just divide $1,000 by 50 bucks? By me, I mean, can you add Popcorn Trader to the quants? No, probably not. Complete and total absence of active fund pressure is sus. Right? You know what I think, Dork? I think we see internalization rise today, or utilization of dark pools rise into the afternoon. Your neck pain could be due to a tapeworm. That sounds extremely unlikely. Sometimes I get the feeling that you think I'm going to ban everyone in the Discord. Can you add me to the mods? That's because you've repeatedly said that if I ever made you a moderator, you would ban everyone in the Discord, so it's only me and you. I can just pop something back into place. You look at the data. Thanks for responding to the email. Yeah, I did. I took a look at it. It's interesting. It's compelling for a case for accelerated mm, for an accelerated repricing of the real estate market. I am a little more on your side in the speed. I still think it'll take some time, but it may be a little faster than I previously thought. I don't think we're too far apart on it, honestly, though. And the reality is, I think it'll be based on regional markets. That rate of repricing. So I think some markets will so the averages will sustain higher because certain markets will continue to have higher demand. If you don't mind needles, going to a rejuvenation spa where they can give you fluids and an IV is the best way to recover from a hangover. Oh, I know. Back when I worked for the dark side, I would hire one of those occasionally. Girk has worms? No. I think Ken Griffin is personally undertaking a short attack in order to make me wrong and sow division betwixt the two of us. Started to feel like the answer to win MOASS is never. I feel like I've answered that before. It's highly improbable. Hey Girk, sometimes I feel like we've never even met. Can you check out my mixtape? Only if it's on SoundCloud. Why close covered calls on GMA? They were up 80%, and I don't really want to carry them into the end of the week for the extra like $80 per contract. No problem, dude. I thought they had made pork worms virtually extinct and that it was safe to eat raw pork now. I don't know. Ate everything raw? Ew. CPI data is on the 13th. There's Fed minutes on Wednesday. I'm not really anything on the SPY. I think the economy is a piece of shit, but that doesn't mean that the market cares. You're 100% correct. That's my thesis. Oh, okay. Hey, Gerg, did you see the net volume indicator on WeBull? What is your opinion on it? Do you think it's accurate? I didn't. Is it like a negative volume index, or is it like a new net volume? I don't see it on here. Yeah, I don't see it on here. It might be on the new update and I haven't used it. Pork sashimi? Gross. Did you get a slow motion video of you bringing your head out of the water while your hair throws water everywhere? No, but I could probably try to make one. Is that a necessity for somebody? Any specific reason for the spy run that you know of? I said earlier it can rally back to like 380, 382. It's just like a bounce off of the lower trend. We talked about it out here on like the spy chart. Hold on. What the fuck is that? Okay. I don't know why it's doing that. So I think maybe 382, but 380 might just be resistance for this. It is a necessity. Have you ever seen that video of China's gutter oil? Yeah. It's good that people are recycling. If you were holding a 125p, would you hold? Probably should have sold earlier today, but the SPY turned around. I'm unsure whether I should hold out until the FOMC minutes. Thoughts? That's a tough choice. I mean, GameStop's not going up with the SPY today, so that's something to consider. If they're gonna push GameStop down for July OPEX, the next 2 weeks, that's why I keep getting put exposure, because the next 2 weeks are gonna be critical for them doing that. It's just that there's risk because of that XRT thresholding in the middle of it. How many people in the chat quit their jobs because of GME and MOASS and have since almost run out of their year's worth of savings they had set aside? At least more than one. Yeah, July OPEX could be pretty big with the deferral. Provided we're correct on the deferral. This feels a lot like the March run. Not talking about a chart, just how things are going right now. Interesting. We need that video of you surfacing at the pool and splashing around water with your hair. It's for a stream card. Okay. Jim, welcome to Dillionaires. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You know, message me on the Discord. I'll get you added. I appreciate it, man. Jimmy only goes down with the spy, not up. That's not true. It's been a long time since that's happened, actually. I see it on the web app. Introduction says, it's happening right now, but it's been a while since it's happened before. Introduction says net volume is securities uptake volume minus its downtake volume over a specified period. Huh. Okay. That's sort of like a negative volume index tracker. It's decent. I'd have to look at it, but it's an okay indicator. I don't dislike it. Look at me. I'm now a legacy. Win mod. Thank you so much, Jeff G. I appreciate it, dude. Want a physical therapist here? If you have a band or like a scarf, you can hold onto the ends, put the middle behind your neck where it's sore, turn head left, and pull from the right. It's like sore in my brainstem. It's like whatever these muscles that run up my spine into the back of my skull are. If I move them to the left or the right, I'll die. What do you think would be the next good entry for near the money, late August or September calls? Like a week or two? Well, between now and a week from now. March run today? No. I feel like the market is a video game. This Discord is a group of friends playing together, and you're that one friend who willing to lower their rank to put the rest of us on his back. No, not Sam like carrying. Penne bolognese, or butter chicken lasagna. The first one. Like butter chicken, like curry, like with like garam masala and curry powder and lasagna with cheese. And not that delicious goat cheese, just like mozzarella. Sounds like Bacchiosis. Jeff G for mod. Thank you, Silence of the Dans. Silence of the Dans, why not ever Silence of the Dans for mod? His WeBull account is a smurf. Sinus. It's not over yet. Do you think we'll see lower than 120 before July OPEX run? Or just chop at 120 and lower IV? I think we could see lower than 120, but it's been tough for them to get it lower. I think once they can break delta gamma neutral, then we can see a big move down. But gamma neutral shifted down today, down to 118, and we were unable to break through it yet again. Hey, dude, how did they boof Jan OPEX? Doesn't seem like the holiday deferral lands in the correct window of time. Probably reading the dates wrong. Oh, I don't think they boofed Jan OPEX. I think they shorted the shit out of the gamma on the chain and then just didn't cover anything. Jan wasn't an OPEX date anyway, right? Like, people forget that for some reason. They assume that, like, I mean, they were OPEXs, but they weren't our quarterly OPEXs, right? We had Feb, May, August, and November runs. December and Jan were offset, right? Our next run should have been Feb. So what happened is Feb got kicked to March, and likely all of this exposure wasn't sufficient for us to experience a run in December or January. The hypothesis between December and January was that we would experience an anomaly due to increased FTDs. We saw that in May, but we never really had a lot of FTDs in December, Jan. Like, they just weren't realized in the number that we were hoping to see. And we didn't really see liquidity dry up until big time, until between the Feb and March run, right? And that's where we really started to see borrow rate tick up. So, you know, like, the December Jan thesis may have just been early, right? Like, the idea behind us repeating that cycle, because FTDs weren't compounding, but now they are. So liquidity has finally hit a point at which we are now seeing real FTDs on GameStop above the threshold limit for multiple days in a row. If that continues through the next SEC FTD reports, shit could get really spicy really quick. And while I don't think that, you know, MOASS to 1 million is very likely anymore, I do think we could see a somewhat similar repeat of January 2021, especially if FTDs continue to mount. So after the 8th, if we start to see mod after MOASS, fuck yeah, dude. Especially if we continue to see the FTDs increasing and compounding over the next few months, you know, that, and the borrow rate going up at the beginning of these cycles. Like, if we see the borrow rate spike after the 8th into July OPEX, and we see it hit even higher highs than it hit for May OPEX, which was 100% borrow rate, or a little above 100% borrow rate, I think that could be really significant in the number of FTDs. We may even, after this cycle, provided there's no split, we may even see GameStop hit threshold or come closer to hitting threshold. It's definitely not. It's. You know what? I'll try that later. I'll just smack it with burning sage and see if it fixes it. SPY back to 400. Delta and Gamma Neutral for SPY and SPX are both at 400, 4,000. Delta and Gamma Neutral for SPY and X. Where are you getting that data from? Also, it doesn't matter so much on those. I mean, on SPX it could, but on SPY it doesn't. SPY's way too liquid for its Greek neutrals to be that important. Almost 9,000? Is that a joke? No? It's just 9,000 now. I fixed it. Did you look at a March 2021 OPEX anomaly? Where it was a day late. Yeah, I still can't figure that one out. It's possible that the covering was on the ETF side after XRT got pulled off Reg Show. And there wasn't really, I mean, like, if you look at the options chain, it wasn't all that impressive. So it may have just been some covering that occurred. And if it's, you know, an ETF, they have T3 instead of T2. So it may not have been out of line. But it is still odd. I'm still not sure about that one. It's the only one that kind of doesn't line up right. And I do wonder why. But maybe internalization for a day. It's hard to get the day-to-day OI on the chain at that time. That would help. Because then I could see if they were trying to, like, dodge, like, a lot of call delta or something. Odds on XRT thresholding actually doing something this week. It's possible. I mean, we've only seen it. We've only really watched it play out once, so we'll have to see what happens this time. There's another de-thresholding in last March, but the threshold inclusion was during the Jan run-up, and it's really hard to pick out if that had any effect or not. Like, we just don't fucking know, right? I do think the the 13-day coincided with the Feb 24th run-up, though, a little bit. Debrasco, dude, twice? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, man. Guys, big shout out to Debrasco for gifting out all the memberships. And welcome to Cornichon, guys. Thank you so much, Debrasco. I think Debrasco gets a Pigeon Well song for today, right? Like, he's already far more than surpassed Pigeon Well requirements on the daily. You're just tired of seeing the pores in here? Thank you so much, man. Guys, make sure you thank Debrasco. Super nice. Keep doing that till I get one. Jesus Christ, man. You're lifting the chat restriction from all the pores. I can't keep up with chat anymore. Thank you so much, dude. Is this how you feel to be a pigeon whale? I guess so. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. For the pores, you need to turn on gift accepting. Oh, yeah. Palantir over 10. Time to celebrate. Time for me to ditch it. What's your feeling on the Fed meeting tomorrow? Bullish or bearish? I think it'll be neutral, but I think that'll ultimately be bullish. They're about to short the shit out of us the moment the SPY tracks down. Yeah, that's accurate. Oh shit, I gotta ditch my contracts. Put a stop? No, I'm definitely not carrying them overnight. Dude, what the fuck? Again? Thank you so much, Nebraska. Guys, welcome to Cornichon. Feel the wings of Nebraska lift you from the bonds of poverty. We need the full bull song. I think we might.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green,
Move over, Pulte.
I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green.
What contracts are you shedding? SPX calls.
I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside.
Does this mean I'll make money now? Do you have puts?
I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Where's Dork? Dork, Kenny's division tactics working. I didn't know that this song was based on Grace Kelly before last week. Oh, yeah. Why would Bobby do this? You mean suck? It's part of the deal. Full Bull is the official anthem of Pickle Financial. Matthew Hodge, is this what money looks like? Yes. Song always makes me buy more Bobby, and it always goes down 20% when I do feeling full bull. I am both the buy and sell side. Yeah. What's weird is that the orders get filled fast. Wait, hold on. Is that a ticker already, or can I take it? FLBL. God damn it. Franklin Liberty Senior Loan. Full bull's already taken, guys. Damn. F-Bull? I guess. FLBS? Just buy them out. Okay, FBUL's open. We got it. We'll just do FBUL. Is this how a meme stock is born? Maybe. Did you already go over the big put sweeps at noon with big XRT call sweeps? Yeah, I think so. We talked about it. We need to see the OI data at the end of the day to make it, to draw any conclusions there, right? To me, it looked like they were getting some liquidity out of XRT to short the fuck out of GME, which it now looks like they're doing pretty effectively. Bank calls Friday or next week for OPEX. Maybe some of both. I don't know yet. Do you want back the charm bracelet that you made that one time we had arts and crafts night? No, it's all right. You can keep it. You were right. The setup was good. How can they gain liquidity in XRT to short GME without buying any GME? What do you mean? You don't need to buy any fucking GameStop. You just get synthetic GameStop. Jesus Christ, Nebraska. Thank you so much, man. Melissa, George, Matt, Degnoth, Decaffeinated Coffee Table, Kronzy Kid, Little Orphan Danny, Uncle Diesel, and Tyler L. Welcome to Cornishan, guys. Nebraska's an absolute savage. Someone bought 1K 5 weeklies on BBBY. Thank you so much, man. I'm killing it with the army. It's trickle down picklenomics, all right, guys? Seems to be they really want Jimmy to set grinding record against the gamma neutral floor. Yeah. Well, seems to be kind of hard for them to get us below it. V is my new cat. Thanks, G. Oh, you got it, man. Congratulations. Up for the day, too. Ban Nebraska for spam and not giving me a sub. It's random. I'm gonna start my own sub channel. Pickle down tricklenomics. Guys, my apologies. It was me shorting BBBY this whole time. Now that I'm fucking loaded, I closed my positions. Might even play the other side. Best of luck, Boris. Thanks for letting us know, Toilet Wine. Jesus Christ, man. Thank you so much. Smooth, Balani, Blake, and Ben. Congratulations on becoming Cornishans, guys. Nebraska's going ape shit with the fucking gifted memberships today. Even Gaff is a Cornishan. More? Turd? Turd got a membership? Jeff? Yeah, I'm gonna call you that. I don't want to call you Jeff. I'm gonna call you Joff. Fishhead, Little Sir Dune, and who's the other one? Oh, Thunder Fury. Congratulations, guys. Welcome to Cornishon. Play the song. All right, fine.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red.
I will not buy Polar Bear.
Upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
So that's gonna hit 69 with 420s of members.
I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
You have to turn on gifting, I think. Sean Connery. Can someone gift me trading skills?
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful.
Look at you, Margin Boo.
I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
What if he gifted it to Koala Hugger? Would you reimburse him for that? Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, man. What the fuck? Are you trying to beat out fiscal stupidity? Is that what's happening here? Oh, fiscal stupidity. This is fiscal stupidity. Is this like a competition I don't know about? Are you guys fighting for most gifted memberships? Whale fight? What is there any evidence of this occurring in the pigeon whale chat? What the fuck? Whale wars. Thank you guys. Fiscal, thank you so much, dude. Mike buys leaves. Thank you, man. You guys can all just listen to the pigeon whale music as they rain down their glorious gifts upon you. Shower the pores in your bull mayo. Fly, my glorious whales.
He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Look at all the pores begging. Is this what you wanted? Yes. Most paid memberships of any channel ever. You might want to reiterate, they need to have gifts turned on if they want one. Yeah. Hurtful Full Beef, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, dude. I appreciate it, man. Good thing I made those 50 WatchBot accounts. They're all Cornishons now. Does Lenixus need liquidity behind a Wendy's somewhere after today's NOPEX? It wasn't an OPEX run. I'm not sure what he was calling for today, but I'm sure he's fine. The social experiment is now complete. The cycle is done. You're not far off, Mavunky. I immediately started looking down on the pores. How do you turn GIFs on? Probably in your like profile settings or something. I have no idea. Google it. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ, TomTom coming in 50? TomTom, the first pigeon whales of the pigeon whales, has decided to grant you all Cornichon at once. Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck, man? You guys are fucking ridiculous. I don't even know. I don't have a song fit for this moment. Or maybe I do.
Pi Phi, Pi Phi, Pi Phi, Pi Phi. I'm begging of you, please don't fuck my wife. Pi Phi, Pi Phi, Pi Phi, Pi Phi. Please don't fuck her just because you can.
You know what? I may not have the dancing pickle anymore, but I still have this.
Alright, look. I'm not saying anything we don't know already, right? Us P-dubs are a special breed. P-dubs, this one's for you. Pores, just shut up and listen.
Yeah, we're demonetizing the stream today.
It's not a cult, I swear to God. We just like chairs and hitting pores. It's not a cult, I swear to God. We just like chairs and hitting pores. Pigeon and whales are better than you. Pigeon and whales are better. Pigeon and whales are
Thank you, Grizz.
better than you. Pigeon and whales are better. Just stop being so bold.
What the hell happened? Is that the end of it? Is that like a incorrect version? I don't play chicken on a raft. They're trying to clear memberships through CNS by creating liquidity. Shut up. I'm sorry, BMG. What did you say, man? Poor is begging for our mercy and grace. You come every day and want to overthrow us, but you suckle on the teat of the mighty pigeon whale when he is kind. Shame on all you poors. You deserve our grace and you don't deserve our grace and kindness. Riku. Grizz, liking the stream unlocked additional membership liquidity. Thanks, man. And on that day, there were no more poors because they felt rich in their hearts. This was like a daycare during treat time. Motherfuckers are going berserk. No problem, Patty Mac. If I have a math problem I need your quants for, can I borrow them? It's not stock related, but it will keep them challenged. I'm fighting the city. I need smart people. Send it to me. I've DM'd you a couple charts. If you've blocked me, please just tell me so that I can at least have the closure of knowing. Ooh, interesting. You're all good, man. Don't worry about it. Can you change the Zillionaire membership color for my elite complex? No. Let them know I charge $400 an hour. I will. You either die using weeklies or live long enough to be a cornucob. Thank you, Pigeon Whales, for all of that, really. That was super cool, guys. TomTom for mod, Ban Moonwin. Thanks, Diamond Dick. Interesting. I don't know if TomTom would want to be a mod. You can't just buy your way into moderatorship. What kind of that would just create chaos. And I'd have to mod Visceral. Wait, the other quants are charging? No. Well, they might be, but they're not getting paid. We lose money the same as everyone else, Dork. Relax. I don't know how to behave. I know that I have been bestowed green awesomeness. Just the same. Logic Dustbin, thank you so much, man. Don Entropy, none that I like. Armand de Jaeger and Scott's Trades. Welcome to Cornichon, guys.
Cornichon. Cornichon.
All the new members must not know how to link their accounts because GME in the Discord is still mostly non-member. There's just no membership level for Cornichons in the Discord. Although I suppose I could change that. No mod, please. All right, TomTom, you got it. Thank you so much, man. Did you still have Cardi VWAP? Please play it. Oh, somewhere. I'd have to find it. Please, for God's sake, just give me some calls instead of this membership. I don't know how to gift you calls. That's why I said we need to create a business so that people can send each other degenerate bets. Imagine how pissed you'd be if you, like, gave your buddy, like, one DTE SPY 350s and they hit. like the drama it would create would be phenomenal for social media. Like you try to gift your friends garbage positions. We bias covered calls. That's enough for him. I mean, anybody on the inverse Gherk strategy has been buying my covered calls, so thank you. I appreciate the 82% returns. Doesn't matter for black, white, old, young, as long as we're all green. Thanks, Christine. You mean like gifting DRS GME shares, but better and way more interesting. Play full bull, smooth version. Never. No, you make a wish list of gift positions, then buy it for you as a joke, and it hits. You ain't fooling me, Tom Tom. I know your profile pic. Also, when can I get the GPS update for my iPhone 2? Toilet wine. I don't know if I can help you on that. The air just smells better up here. Anyone buying puts at close? Probably me. 5K, August 19, 6P, bought on BBBY. Sorry for spamming. I saw it. They need to build up more gamma on their put position, right? Okay, man, those are my realized losses. I ain't gifting my losses. Fine. Hey, Greg, think Cat can hit 178 this week? I need to get out of some calls. I averaged down. This week? Maybe. I mean, if there's a rally, yeah, Cat can move pretty hard. But if there isn't, you're kind of gonna be sitting stagnant and near this like low support that it's still kind of been drilling through. Sorry for spamming. It's fine, Bipolar Bear. If you can't buy your way into mod ship, why is Han your top donator at the moment? Okay, that's because Han keeps giving me money, even though I've requested that she not. And also she became the top donator after becoming a mod. I don't know. I wish she wouldn't, which then she just donates more, and then I'm like, don't do that. It's not financially responsible. Close cat calls with meager gains tonight. Reopen tomorrow? I don't know. If you guys are buying Theta on cat, which you definitely should be, then it shouldn't be an issue because it's not really moving down that hard. How do you check top donators? I have no idea. I'm about to market buy 7K more US paper dollars of paper puts on CMBS. I'm risking my paper children's paper college tuitions on the play. Fuck, man. But then they're going to be paper uneducated and have to work for paper minimum wage. Dom, welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much, man. Mickey D. Rake, 450 down on GME puts, 450 gains on SPY. Watch the market for 8 hours. Is this productive? Well, eventually one side of that will be right. I think it's just chop is what you're experiencing. Just checking if I'm not poor. Nope, yep, still poor. Yes, you are, Pi-Fi addict. What is this theta that you speak of? It's one of the Greeks that prices options. It's the decay over time because it's a depreciating asset. Give us your tired, your poors, your huddled degens yearning for 0 DTEs. The wretched refuse of your teeming plebs. I just want to say thanks, Gerg. And the whales today were awesome. Thanks, Wi-Fi for Finn. I appreciate it, man. And they absolutely were. Thank you, Pigeon Whales. It's minimum paper wage. Inverse HNS on V or triple bottom on the 1 hour. No, it still looks good. It's not really a triple bottom. This morning was a bit rough, but the climb back seems solid. Remember, I don't think this run is going to peak out in the same range that the previous one did. So pay close attention to like this like 205 range, 204, 205. If it breaks that, then there's a shot, but be careful with it. Didn't JT make a movie about Theta? Yeah, he did. Of course. He's Justin Timberlake. I think he probably made it shortly after he got burned on options, right? Like, the only reasonable conclusion to why that movie would exist. Still think my wife is an international spy. How do I get this info out of her? I want to tell you, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for children. Would you hold a spy 380C July 15th overnight? Probably not. Maybe. Into tomorrow? Maybe. Risky, though. I don't like holding any spy positions that are up overnight. Any poors want to Venmo me for this membership? I'm super hungry and I need Roscoe's chicken and waffles. That's like 2 hours away from you without traffic. Hannah's number 1, DCMG, NAHT is number 2, and Trina is number 3. Damn, Darth. Do you feel disparaged in the fact that they took advantage of your current non-pigeon whale status to bump you off of the top list? How deep does this drama run? BTU, what doing? I mean, it doesn't usually do anything super exciting. Drilling for oil because they don't have enough coal. This is like a multi-year position, potentially. So, I wouldn't trade this shit. Put their pickle in my jar. Thank you, Danfully Gurks BMG. Oh, did you get censored again? Why do you keep saying things that get you censored? Are the Cornishons now poors, or are they still lower middle class? Upper, lower class? Either way, we're both still shite, so sucks to suck. Jesus Christ. Why is the market pretending to be bullish? It's confused, and it's hurting itself in its confusion. Any guesses on what Hang Seng is going to do tonight? I'm at 65% profit on Baba calls. I'm thinking about closing those for profits. Would rather not take the risk unless the outlook is positive. I'm gonna hold mine through whatever announcement they make about the tariffs. Like the upside potential is just too insane, right? Like even if I lose the profits, but that's something that could definitely happen. So take that into consideration, I guess. Things would be very, very different. That's fair enough. Fair enough, Darth. I'm just wondering if there's animosity towards them. Like, I don't know. Does this Colts have a cased system? I don't know what you're talking about. DDS doing nice end of day ups. LMT calls printing. Nice. In your opinion, do you think the SPY will drift back down to the low 370s tomorrow or continue climbing up? Fed minutes Wednesday. Maybe a little more upside into tomorrow afternoon. And then I think it'll either flatline or dip a little into the minutes. I still think that like 182 upside is going to present some pretty serious fucking resistance. And it's almost there, right? Big ups the day before lasted into the meeting. Yeah, the meeting's tomorrow, or the minutes are tomorrow. Yeah, the minutes are tomorrow. So yeah, maybe just stagnate tomorrow until 2 p.m. And then if nothing bullish comes out of the minutes, it might drop. Love Dork. Wait, what's your name? I saw Gherkin at NYSE yesterday. I told him how cool it was to meet him in person, but I don't want to be a douche and bother him asking for photos or anything. He said, "Oh, like you're doing now?" I was taken aback. All I could say was, "Huh?" But he kept cutting me off and going, "Huh, huh, huh," and closing his hand shut in front of my face. I walked away and continued with my retarded options plays, and I heard him chuckle as I walked off. When I came back to pay for my bags up front, I saw him trying to walk out of the doors with like 15 510 weeklies in his hands without paying the girl at the counter. Without paying, the girl at the counter was very nice about it and professional. It was like, "Sir, you need to pay for this first." At first, he kept pretending to be tired and not hear her, but eventually he turned back around and brought them to the counter. When she took one of the bags and started scanning it multiple times, he stopped her and told her to scan each of them individually to prevent any electrical interference, and then turned around and winked at me. I don't even think that's a word. And she scanned each bag and put the bag in the bag carrying bag and started to pay the price. He kept interrupting her by yawning really loudly. Bot Pie 5. The fuck? Uh, Thank you so much. I've been here since November 2021. I still don't know what a Dan is. And at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. I made a video about it. Just search Dan in the videos, or Dan's. Stop that gift membership printer. It used to be middle class. My Cornichon status is getting eaten by membership inflation. Stop it. Oh, printing so many Cornichons. It's absolute chaos. Buyback 120p at close. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Well, maybe not. You know what? I'll wait till tomorrow because tomorrow's just gonna be the Fed meeting and chop, right? Stop the gift membership. Thank you, Tabasco. I appreciate it, dude. Any idea when the decision on tariffs may be made? Supposedly tomorrow, I think. I think it's going to go through. Washington signaling in advance. Yeah, I think so too, but we'll see. And when the poors had no bread and no meat, the pigeon whale said, let them eat Cornish nuts. You ever thought about a huge rebound in the market to fool us all? I mean, if they lift the tariffs, that would be pretty huge. Well, dropping the China tariffs made for USD and USA. I mean, it could cause a pretty significant rally. You know, it's like 7.5% off imported products from China, right? The question is like the consumer going to see it on their end? Jesus Christ, Nebraska. Again? Nebraska, thank you so much for gifting 10 more memberships, man. I appreciate it. Becoming your own J-Pow. The J-Pow of the pickle jar. Nebraska 18. Riku, sir. Thank you so much, dude. Summer slapped at 22.5%. Seriously? That's ridiculous. That doesn't mean, but that doesn't mean that those savings are going to be passed on to the consumer, right? You have to turn on gifting, Neil's on tree. It's 25% for steel. I used to own an import company in tools and hardware. Jesus fucking Christ, if they lift those tariffs, I need to close my fucking position in X. The steel's gonna fucking bottom out. Yeah. You know what? Let's see if I can fucking nail this right before market. I'll buy back in tomorrow. I don't give a shit, but... Fuck it, yes. I filled. Haha! Ding ding. The day is done. So what I think they did here, where we would have normally gotten our breakout, and we saw the breakout on the SPY today, is I think they built up some liquidity with those big call and put positions that we saw on XRT and GME. I think they built up some liquidity, and they internalized the fuck out of the buy pressure, pumping out some shorts, because during that same period, active funds were running, and we have almost no pressure on GME, right? So in defeating that run, you know, they broke our alignment, at least for the day, with the overall index. We did end up running right after CNS closed, right? So shortly after CNS closed, up into market close today. But still down on the day, 2.58%. We'll see what happens tomorrow. It could be interesting, especially with the potential for the tariffs to be lifted. We have the Fed minutes tomorrow at 2 p.m. That could have a pretty big effect on the SPY, especially if, you know, the Fed comes out dovish. I don't think they will. I think expectations will remain the same. But let's take a look at GME here on the daily. It's still just grinding down into this line that continues to basically represent delta neutral. I think if and when they can, their goal is to push us down below, I'm sorry, gamma neutral, to push us down below gamma neutral and try to get us at least into this 115 to 112 range. If we break that, which is our next really strong resistance to the downside, we could just fall back towards 100. Not a lot of days left to do it. Only 3 trading days left in this week and 5 next before July OPEX. And if there is a significant after hours run on the 8th coming up due to the thresholding of XRT, that could worsen their chances of getting into that target range in time. So we'll see how this continues to play out. FTDs on the MM side will remain high for now. As for the market, bounce broke through 380. It's continuing to stay solid. I think it could rise up to the upper trend early tomorrow, around 382, and probably stagnate into the Fed meeting or any announcement of the Chinese tariffs being lifted. If they are lifted, it's going to go up, and it's going to go up hard. If they aren't, or, you know, nothing's really revealed, and the Fed minutes are, you know, in line with expectations, 0.75 to 1.0, we will either stagnate in that range or fall back down. So we'll see what the announcements look like tomorrow. Might be some good opportunities for some straddles. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in today. Pigeon Whales, guys, thank you so much for all the gifted subs. I'm sure everybody else wants to thank you as well. It's super awesome. Thanks for brightening up kind of a boring day. So everyone have a good night, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Later, guys.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.